Welcome to the Tuesday, July 18th Lawrence City Commission meeting. We will start with, Sherry, do you want to say anything before we start this, or just go right into executive session?
I'll make those remarks when we come back.
Okay, all right. Do I have a motion to consider going into, to recess into a executive session?
I move to recess an executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding local laws and regulations and applicable laws pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. Justification for the executive session is to keep the attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at approximately 5:32 after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-0. We're now in executive session. report. We're back from the executive session, and we have nothing to report. We will return at 5:45 to start our regular meeting. Thank you.
I guess so. I mean,
like that.
Good evening. Welcome to the July 18th Lawrence City Commission meeting. We will start the meeting with some words from Sherry Reedman, our City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. If you are attending this meeting via Zoom, please ensure you are muted and your video is off when you are not actively participating in the meeting. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat. All chats go directly to the meeting host. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. When the mayor calls for public comment, those attending in person should approach the podium to indicate they wish to speak. Those participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. Please leave your virtual hand raised until you are called on. Participants will be called upon in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. Please state your name before speaking, and all comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Sherry. Appreciate that. So we've already gone through our executive session, so we'll start with the approval of the agenda. Item B, the City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Are there any changes any commissioner wants? If not, I'll ask for a motion.
Move to approve the agenda?
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Our next item is a proclamation. I think we've got some folks who might want to say a few words before we read it.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. I'm Derek Rogers, Director for Lawrence Parks Recreation and the Unmistakable Identity Champion. We have quite a few folks here tonight for July as the Parks and Recreation Month for the proclamation. And we really appreciate everybody and for the celebration, and we're excited. While I comment on tonight's proclamation with the department, we in the department wanted to share the following slideshow that captures just a part of what we do throughout the year in supporting the community. So I'll start that and read my comments. And Kurt, if you can, Kurt, are you? Yeah. Okay. Do your magic. We commend your proclamation recognizing the July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Lawrence, Kansas. It is evident that parks and recreation programs play a vital role in enhancing the quality of life in the community. At tonight's proclamation, I would like to acknowledge and express gratitude to dedicated parks and recreation employees who contribute to the success of our department and the unmistakable identity outcome. During the peak of our summer season, we rely on the hard work and commitment of our full-time and part-time employees who form an integral part of our team. Together with a workforce of approximately 650 part-time employees, along with our 78 full-time employees, we ensure the delivery of exceptional service and maintenance of high-quality parks and recreation facilities. In addition to our dedicated employees, we also want to recognize the invaluable contributions of our volunteers and partners. Their support and involvement greatly enhance our ability to serve the community through parks and recreation. Their time, skills, and resources have a meaningful impact and help us create even more opportunities for enjoyment and enrichment. By acknowledging the importance of parks and recreation, you highlight the importance of what the department contributes to the health and well-being of the community. Parks and recreation activities foster an active and healthy community, help prevent chronic diseases, and provide therapeutic services for those with special needs. Moreover, they have a positive impact on the mental and emotional well-being of individuals. Furthermore, recognizing parks and recreation areas as fundamental to the environmental well-being of the community, these spaces contribute to the ecological beauty of the area and serve as a connection to nature for both children and adults. Therefore, they provide opportunities for outdoor recreation and promote a sense of environmental stewardship among residents. Your proclamation reflects the City of Lawrence's understanding of the valuable benefits that parks and recreation resources bring to the community. By designating July as Parks and Recreation Month, you emphasize the ongoing commitment to promoting physical and mental health and well-being throughout the year. Thank you for the continued dedication to the Parks and Recreation system in Lawrence and for acknowledging the importance to this proclamation.
Thank you, Derek. Appreciate it. I think we have quite a few Parks and Rec folks here. Could you raise your hands? All right, look, well, Congratulations. Well, thanks for coming to this, and it's well-deserved, so I'll read the proclamation now. Whereas Parks and Recreation programs are an integral part of the City of Lawrence, and whereas our Parks and Recreation programs are essential to establishing and maintaining Lawrence's quality of life, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of the community. And whereas Parks and Recreation programs build a healthy, active community that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreational services for those in need, and improve the mental and emotional health of all of our citizens. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature, and whereas the City of Lawrence recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources and how it adds to the Lawrence's unmistakable identity. So now therefore I, Lisa Larson, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the month of July as Parks and Recreation Month. Thank you. And I want to thank staff for all the work they do to make our programs successful. Appreciate it. Okay, we will move on to the consent agenda. We'll let these folks get out. All right. On to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda.
Public comment?
I'm sorry, public comment. Sorry about that, guys. Really am. Item D, public comment. The public is allowed to speak on issues or items that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. Comments should be limited to issues and items germane to the business of the governing body. The Commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the Commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. Is there any general public comment?
Hi, my name is Sue Herring. I live here in Lawrence. I'm here tonight because in today's edition of the Lawrence Journal World, there's a new name for a new type of community sought by soulless softies, gaining more and more traction here in Lawrence. It's a collection of requests and demands typical of soft people. It offers nothing of benefit to we, their hosts. It begins the process of sucking us, their hosts, dry. Nowhere has there ever been an outcome other than disaster from policies that cater to softies. Sometimes the disaster is slow in coming. San Francisco is an example. 45 years ago, it was a vibrant and beautiful city. I've been coming and going from there for 50 years. I know this firsthand. Now it's a carcass picked apart by parasites and scavengers. I'm using sharp words and sharp images and mean words tonight. I hope they hurt, as some pain now may alert the 5 of you and others to the fact that we are circling the drain by catering to softies and people who sidestep laws and demand that communities do the same. This is not a path to health as a city and a community. For example, inviting a drag queen to read to children in the effort to mislead them into thinking that abnormal lifestyles lead to success. It's a lie and it's evil. Catering to indigents who will not use the facilities at the homeless shelter by allowing camps. Allowing someone to shoot at pedestrians in our downtown without the consequences provided by our sentencing guidelines. Do I need to go on? Becoming a safe haven declares state law and established sentencing guidelines to be null and void here in Lawrence. It paves the way for Lawrence to be the perfect host for people who defy the law. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy Buffman. You are the City of Lawrence. When I get my water bill, it says City of Lawrence. I don't want to pay for fluoride in the water. It's not good for us. A while back, it was admitted at a city council meeting that we pay for fluoride in our water to the tune of $10,000 a year. It needs to stop. This action against your citizens is right up there with chemtrails and allowing things like high fructose corn syrup and yellow and red dyes in our food. What is wrong with you government officials that you don't try and do more or anything about this kind of destructive and genocidal behavior? You stood up here a while back and announced a Great Water Awareness Day or month or whatever that was. Our water sucks. I know, I distill it. You're all about raising awareness for homeless people, black people, Indian people. How about raising awareness for all people? They are literally poisoning us daily every way they can. They robbed us of one of the best medical procedures for COVID, ivermectin, while giving us remdesivir and ventilators, which was the worst treatment, and in fact, it killed people. Genocide, totally backwards. Everything is done to us at the hands of people like you. The good ones are few and far in between. All I ask is that you be good for us and your family and your friends. We all live under the same sky in the same system. It surprises me that more of you don't try to do better for the sake of all humanity, especially Lawrence and the U.S. Our FDA sucks, our CIA sucks, our FBI sucks. It seems like you do too. Stop putting that crap in our water. We have enough to worry about without calcification of pineal glands. Did you know on March 15th, 2023, the U.S. government released a report that it had suppressed since May of 2022 on the effects of fluoride on our kids. It took a lawsuit to get the results of this 6-month review of dozens and dozens of studies, which was funded by the taxpayers. Here's the conclusion off page 467 of the report. The consistency of the data supports an inverse association between fluoride exposure and children's IQs. That means as fluoride goes up from drinking water, toothpaste, dental cleanings, whatever, IQs go down in the developing brains of our kids. Who would want to block that information from the public? Probably dentists. There are arguments both ways on fluoride and tooth decay, but nobody expected neurological damage. I think it's time to stop putting fluoride in our water. People can choose to supplement it with tablets if they want, but they can't choose not to use the city water. By the way, 98% of the westward world doesn't drink fluoridated water, and their kids' teeth aren't rotting away. So COVID is one of the newest government scams, and fluoride is one of the oldest. A real class act, you guys are. Please take it out of our water.
Thank you.
Hey, I was already next in line.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see there was a line.
Yeah, there is. All right. Firstly, I'd like to say, sorry lead poisoning has caused that much damage. But
Sir,
I don't really care.
sir, address the commission here, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Could I have your name, please? It's okay, just,
I am allowed to reject any request to know my name. Besides,
fine.
everybody here already does. I don't care. First, I would like to encourage the City Commission to pass the ordinance that is put before them later tonight.
sir, that's going to be discussed later in the agenda, so you can talk, you can do public comment at that time.
However,
At that time.
However,
At that time. Thank you very much.
That's not the only thing I'm talking about.
Would you stop interrupting?
Yeah.
Please.
However, I would also like to encourage the city to continue moving forward discussing similar matters of homelessness that have plagued our city, the fact that our citizens are in need of help, and the fact that even though one ordinance is about to be passed, is about to begin the process of being passed tonight, the fact is one move is not enough to protect everybody in our community, in the communities that we care about, and in this city. Fact is, the work here will not be done tonight. We still have people moving against us, as shown by public speakers a few minutes ago. And we still have imminent dangers to people that we care about because of the subpar living standards of our society. The fact is, not all of these are our city's fault. Not all of these are our city's unique problems. But we still have a responsibility to protect our people and care for our population to the best of our ability, and frankly, I have not been seeing that. Frankly, I see a bunch of city commissioners who can't even be bothered to show up to every city commission meeting when such pressing matters are being discussed. Some of you haven't even attended via Zoom. Some of you haven't listened to what the community has been saying at all in any way, shape, or form. And while people are actually living on the streets and while people need urgent help, we're gratifying the most, frankly, outrageous members of our community, spending our tax money, listening to baseless conspiracy theories and outright bigotry by those that would call us soft or that would frankly throw away every single aspect of healthcare that we actually take functionally for granted in our modern society. Fact is, there are people that are dying waiting for such care. There are people who are dying on the streets, and we're wasting time dealing with imbeciles. Because of that, I would like to request that any further conspiracy theories be considered not germane by the City Commission going forward, and expect to see more of us, frankly, because there are more issues that need to be dealt with. We are still not safe. We still have, frankly, a need to be here, a need to be directing.
Time.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, I'm sorry. Ma'am,
I think you misgendered that they there, Mayor.
I do apologize.
That a hate crime? You know, under the discriminatory act you guys are going to be proposing, that'd be a hate crime, wouldn't it? Are you going to try to get to a point where we're not allowed to do that kind of stuff, but you're up there doing it and it's just sorry? You guys going to run a headline about that? Mayor misgenders they at meeting? Surely would do it to me. Let's talk about baseless conspiracy theories. Men having babies, men having periods. Come on, there ain't a bigger conspiracy theory than that. So save your conspiracy theory bullshit for somebody that gives a shit. My name is Dr. Justin Spees. My doctorate is in human development from Kansas State. Back in July of 2021, I started a protest against the child mask mandates that were in effect in USD 497 for the second time.
Point of order.
So I got tired of the bullshit.
Sir, what's it do with the city? What is your discussion? Sir, you're out of order. This is your warning. One more time, and I'm going to have you leave.
So anyways, like I was saying, so when I did my protest, I was vilified around here and made it into a political matter, like it was a baseless conspiracy theory, right? So I came across an article here the other day. It's from June 26th of 2022. It's from the online journal iPerception. It's called Mask Wearing Affects Emotion Perception. As I read through here, I want you to think about this through the lens of what children went through while you all supported masks. That's what
Sir,
it has to
I'm
do
going to.
with.
You are
all put
not
in a mask
speaking about something that's germane to the
stop,
city.
Stop.
Commissioner,
You
please.
all put in a mask
Be
mandate
quiet.
that affected
Sir,
children. and as
you're
far as
done.
I
This is
am
your warning.
For
This
what?
is your warning.
For
You
what?
are not talking about items that are germane to the city commission.
Shit, I'm
and
not.
you are done.
You are got to be kidding me. You all put in a mask.
Officer, please remove this. We'll step
For
back.
what?
here for 5
For
minutes.
what? For what?
What? That's insane.
Okay, we're back, and we're going to continue with general public comment. Any general public comment on items that are not already on the agenda?
I know this item isn't on the agenda because it just happened and it's directly related to company business here, so we're going to talk about it. What just happened during the break, in case everybody missed it, because they stopped streaming during that, but I keep recording. Justin Spies was talking. You know, none of us really agree with everything he says, but he makes some good points every now and then. But he's talking. This city commission can't just let him go for 3 minutes. They've got to interrupt him. They interrupted a person or two before him. Well, at least one person. But this city commission, once again, can't just sit for 3 minutes. So in the process of trying to throw him out, I stand up and I say, hey, it's his First Amendment right to speak. That might have been captured on the stream. Mayor started to reconsider, but then Ms. Sellers decided to jump in and demand that he be thrown out of the room. I may be getting some of this wrong because it just happened right in front of me, and you know how the memory is, but damn. You guys can't sit and listen for 3 minutes. 3 minutes. That's all it is. It's 3 minutes of us up here telling you how we feel, telling you what we think of what you're doing for the city and how we think the city's doing. And I got to tell you, the clown show you guys have been running, I don't think there was ever a commission in the history of this city that has been able to unite the homeless advocates and the business community. But Jesus Christ, that's where you're at. That's where you're at, because I agree with Rick Renfro more than I agree with you. And what's going to happen is the whole city's going to come together and decide what we're going to do, and whether you get on board or not, you just may not be a commissioner. And I'm talking to Ms. Shipley that doesn't think she needs to pay attention here, because what we say over here doesn't matter. Amber Sellers even has the decency to watch me when I'm speaking, but you can't even look up. Can you not handle it?
I'm looking right at you.
Looking right at me on a computer screen. Nice to stay behind that. You guys hide behind stuff. I was going to call out that proclamation earlier, but if they're going to accept it, I guess I'm okay with it. But I find it a weasel way out. You guys had an ordinance and you made a do-nothing proclamation. How are you going to protect somebody from the effect of? And you know, that's a really good point that Justin made. You just caused effect on a person, Mayor, right after you read the proclamation. What's going to happen? Absolutely nothing. Because that's how it was designed. You say some pretty words and you make people happy, just like Courtney did back in November about homelessness. And look where we are now. It isn't working, guys. It isn't working. And I think you all know that. I think you're struggling to find solutions. You need to listen to people. And you need to quit calling people angry and troublemakers when they're bringing you facts.
Other general public comments?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I would just like to say, if masks aren't city commission meeting, does that mean in the future people can't say, hey, we need people, like diseases up, we need people wearing masks, since it's no longer city commission meeting or city commission business? So I do not agree with what the speaker got thrown out was saying, though. I don't agree with that message. But what I wanted to talk about is when it comes to the homeless problem, we need to be thinking more about prevention. And I'm running for city commission, and I've been filling out, candidate questionnaires, and one of the things I put for how can we tackle, like what can we do for our housing situation, and I put down do away with the ordinance that prohibits more than 3 unrelated renters from living together in a house. I asked this question to y'all. If the city found out that 4 unrelated renters were living together and the landlord then gave one of them 30 days to move out, would that potentially add to our homeless problem? And if the answer is yes, then I challenge you to get rid of that ordinance. Let's let more than 3 unrelated people live together, because it would create more urban density, which is, I believe, a goal of our strategic plan, get more people living. And so, sorry, I am blanking out, but, oh yeah, and also because it would be cheaper for some people to split a house 4 ways instead of 3 ways. And so I just want to throw that out there, and so I'm going to challenge you, Commissioner Finkeldye.
Chris, speak to the whole body here, the
Okay.
governing body. Thank
Well,
you. Thank you.
I didn't know we can no longer address single commissioners now. It has to be the whole body. So if one commissioner does something wrong, I can no longer call him out, I guess. I have to address it, the whole commission. So, I mean, so that means if one of you does something wrong and I have to blame the whole commission, I mean, that's going to be false information for the public if I can't address one and have to address the whole. I mean, that's a bit much. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, I missed that. Sorry.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Ted Boyle, North Lawrence Improvement. I've lived in North Lawrence 79 years. I've been president of North Lawrence Improvement 25 years. I get elected to that position every year. And I want to tell you, I want to make a formal complaint. You need to enforce these codes and laws we got on the books of vagrancy, panhandling, and they're on the books. And I had spoken to Mike Amix, our state legislature, and they just need to be enforced. And, you know, the crime rate since 2020 has picked up 50%. And the city, North Lawrence, the crime rate and violent crime. And look how many people have died in the camp behind Johnny's. Drug overdoses, bludgeoning to death right out here by some out-of-state homeless people, transients, which is the problem. And I'm going to tell you, I would warn these transgender people that you do not enforce the laws when you say you're going to enforce them. You let the out-of-state, out-of-county people run this city. And I have called the police 3 times in 2 days last week for transient people sleeping in the park bench down there, and had Derek Rogers call the police and then call the ambulance because one of them needed assistance. Then, that same day, that same afternoon, a young man and his 2-year-old son that bought a house across the road on North 4th from Walnut Park come over to the park. That's mostly a little kids park. And the 2-year-old was playing around underneath the picnic table, and I heard his dad go, no, don't pick that up. And it was a broken crack pipe. It was a broken crack pipe that was laying there. And I would present that to you, but I won't. And I do have it, and you will get it. And you will get documentation of all of this. We have done surveys in North Lawrence and got input from the residents of their experiences with the out-of-state transients. For instance, down by the boat ramp, down there, and the needles that are on the levee and in our parks, the threats that people have received, and it's all documented. It's all documented and emailed, and I've probably got close to 20 of them, and they keep coming in. But sellers have probably called that hearsay. Now, I know you're going to tell me don't. Well,
Time, Ted. Thanks a lot. Time.
You know,
Thanks.
but
Next.
watch out, folks, because they lie.
Next. Other general public comment? Nope. Anybody on Zoom? Any general public comment?
David Ham.
Good evening, Commission. My name is David Ham. Putting forth a comment to have ordinance 9999 brought up for public discussion.
Sir, That's going to be discussed a little later on our agenda, and you can have public comment at that time. Okay? Thank you.
To go off what this last gentleman just said about some of the ordinances not being enforced by law enforcement. Our fireworks issues. I get it's 4th of July once a year, New Year's once a year. But Lawrence has a no fireworks policy, a no fireworks ordinance. Fireworks go off across the town the entire time period. We have people with PTSD around here. We have veterans around here. We have tons of people around here with pets that are skittish and afraid of all these fireworks. Law enforcement has got to do something about this versus just pushing everything to the wayside. Something has to be done. Commission has to do something about this. The chief of police needs to do something about this. If the ordinance is there, enforce it. That's all I ask.
Thank you.
Sherilyn Wells.
I'm really concerned that the Lawrence Community Shelter stated today that if they don't get more money, they may have to close. More people are using the shelter since they opened it up for more people, but it's still kind of hard to use because people can't stay there in the daytime, and I see them, they take, I don't know if they don't have lockers out there, but then they're taking all their stuff and they have to go here and there all day long. And I would just think it would be really a sad thing if we lost the shelter, because then people keep saying you don't want these people to sleep in the street. But if you lost the shelter, that would be maybe 100 more people that would be sleeping outside. I don't quite understand why the shelter is not funded better. I mean, we don't expect the Treatment and Recovery Center to go on donations or other kinds of outreach. You don't expect that to go on donations. It's a vital city service, and I hope people will contribute to them. It was started specifically, I remember very well when it was started, because people with behavioral health problems, mentally ill people, and people with dual diagnosis were died. There was a woman right under one of those bridges right by the city hall there that had schizophrenia, that died of heat stroke. And, when I go down to Dare, there was a woman. Some of these people cannot fend for themselves. There was a woman with schizophrenia laid down to go to sleep on that cement slab right there in front of Dare. It's a sad situation that some people that are so disabled just really don't have a place to go. Thank you.
Any other public comment on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to the commission, and we'll go on to item E, which is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Are there any commissioners that would like to have something removed from the consent agenda? I have one. Item E3A, claims. Anything else? No? Then I'll ask the public audience in here, is there any items that you would like to pull off the consent agenda?
It looks like there might be some on Zoom as well.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
It looks like there may be some on Zoom as well. Sherilyn
Okay.
Wells. Sherilyn Wells, did you have an item to pull off the consent agenda?
So hand's still up from
Yeah, I think it's just,
David Ham,
yeah.
his had gone down, so I want to make sure.
The ordinance 9999, I don't remember what the line item is.
So that's a regular agenda item, and we'll be talking about that a little later in the meeting, okay?
Okay, I thought it was a consent agenda from looking at it previously.
It's okay. Anybody else on Zoom?
That's it, Mayor.
All right, so we have 2 items, E1A and E3A, that has been pulled. So do I have a motion?
Move for approval of the consent agenda with the exception of E1A and E3A.
Second?
Got a first and a second, all in favor? Aye, opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, item E1A.
I'm going to say its initials, and I'm going to expect that you won't interrupt me because it is relevant to the minutes and it's relevant to the city business. Last week, I gave a lot of information about an individual member and asked for communication back from the city. And I never got that back from anybody. And that was about the board members on the CPRB work group. And I don't care that that's an update later. This is about the minutes last week and what happened last week. I asked for information, how we were going to handle that. What are we going to do about that? And I get nothing. You have a compromised board member compromised by another board member. But nobody wants to address it, and everybody wants to act like it's not happening. It's silence in this whole town. Our attorneys as well. You guys all think this is okay. The citizens don't. And it's not just me. The citizens don't think it's okay. Why aren't you guys talking to us? Why aren't you guys answering back about real issues? This is a real issue, and I brought it to you. But I don't hear anything back. You want something other than somebody angry up here? Try something different than what you've been doing. You never know, it might work. There's a business leader in town that might be able to teach you that lesson about that.
All right, any questions on this item for the applicant? Nope. Okay, open it up for public comment. Any public comment on this item? Any public comment on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
All right, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. I did make a request to our city attorney to check into the situation, so.
And is that it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still waiting for a response. Any other discussion?
Mayor.
Nope. So, is there any other discussion from commissioners? The commission's talking about it right now, so. If not, I'll ask, I guess this is not an item we vote on.
This is your
This is.
minute, so you will need to make a motion.
I'm sorry, say that again?
This is your item, this is your minute, so you'll need to make a motion to.
Okay, got it. That sounds good. Any other discussion?
I move to approve the July 11th, 23 City Commission meeting minutes.
Second?
Got a first and a second, all in favor? Aye. About 5? Did I hear 5?
Nope, I abstain.
You abstain? Got a,
And if you could announce that, because I can't.
I can't hear it either, yeah.
Okay,
Sherry, this is Commissioner Sellers. I abstain.
thank you, and I'm sorry, it's hard.
You're-
Passes on
I was
a
just waiting for the vote to be.
4 yeas and 1 abstain. Okay, item E3A. Okay, I pulled this item for the purpose of amending the claims to add a payment to the Lawrence Community Shelter in the amount of $148,000, bringing the total payments for this week for all vendors to $6,607,000, $607,386.95 paid to 271 vendors. Any discussion, any questions by the commissioners?
Is that the amount that's in our agreement with
Yeah.
the community shelter? I'm
Yeah.
assuming, just confirming. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we'll open it up to public comment.
Oh, I got some public comment. Hallelujah! Hallelujah. How many months did we come in here telling you that you hadn't funded the shelter? And what did it take to cut the check? Geez, people. She had to did you guys all get the email today? Is that why this happened? Because Melanie at the shelter actually sent out a blanket white email today saying that they needed funding, that they hadn't got their funding. Well, isn't that something? That this city commission can be leveraged into action. Wow. There's more leverage coming, guys. Impressive. Thank you very much.
Any other public comment on this item?
My name is David Baston. I had some questions on, I don't know, the claims that are paid, is that like totally the budget, or
It's
what is the,
for all the bills that we have received.
all the bills?
Yeah.
So everything that's paid out is through claims, okay. I had a quick question. If you just take over the last 5 years, claims has went up 116%, so right around in there. So that means over the last 5 years, we're spending that much more, just overall. So I don't know if that's like normal or what. So, and then I had, we can just take the, what we've spent on the transit system that we have. I think just this year we've spent, just in claims, $5.5 million, and that's not including the 7.3 that's budgeted for their station. So just in that, I'm spending that much money, so do you guys know exactly how many people ride the transit system? And are they repeat? I mean, the taxpayers spending all this money on that. I mean, is somebody checking into, is it beneficial? And how much money do we get in grants? Are we getting anything right now to offset any of this money? Or I know when we started, they paid a lot of it, and now is it just totally up to the taxpayers? That's just a question that I have too. So, and I don't know where to find my answers. So.
I'll see about getting some answers for you. Thanks. Any other public comment on this item? Anything on Zoom? Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Bring it back to the commission for discussion. Any discussion on this
I
item?
wanted to quickly reiterate Commissioner Finkelnei's point of information in that we're just expediting the payment to Lawrence Community Shelter. We've had an agreement with Lawrence Community Shelter to fund them. So what we've done is by pulling this off the agenda, we're approving that we give them their payment a little bit sooner. So I just wanted that point of information to be stressed. I think there's some opportunities here for us as we continue to navigate our plan, our comprehensive plan with the county on housing and homelessness as it relates to functional zero. So I just don't want us to conflate two things that could create misinformation, is that we've funded the community shelter. This is just their second payment within the budget year that they are getting at an earlier time than at their typical payment, which is usually first part of August, I do believe. So correct me if I'm wrong, but just wanted to make sure I shared that for those who are listening and those who will listen at a later time, that this is not us being derelict or not being a good neighbor, a good partner. We've been a good partner. Whether we can be a better partner, that's up for discussion as we continue to allow our strategic plan around homeless and housing this take shape, and as it continues to take shape. So just wanted to share that, make that point.
Okay.
Also wanted to ask, the county also provides some funding to the shelter. Can someone verify the form of that?
Yeah, they, I believe they transmit their payments on a quarterly basis. It's roughly the same amount.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Thanks for bringing up those points, Commissioners. That is accurate, that this is just an expedition of the payment that was already going to be going to them in a short time period. So if not, I'll make a motion for this. I make a motion to approve the amended claims in the amount of $6,607,386.95 to 271 vendors.
Second?
Have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. All against? Abstain? Got it, 5-0. Okay. We'll move on to the work session, item G. The work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. The Commission will take no binding action on items presented during this time. Work session topics are eligible for live public comment. Members of the public wishing to speak on a work session item will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Item number 1, which is to receive an update from from Confluence, the company who is guiding the Parks and Recreation, Arts and Culture Comprehensive Plan for the City of Lawrence.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. I'm Derek Rogers, Director of Lawrence Parks Recreation and Mr. Identity Outcome Champion. For tonight's work session, we have Confluence here, the team that's responsible for guiding our Parks and Recreation, Arts and Culture Master Plan. They will provide us with an update on the timeline, the process going forward, and be available to answer your questions, any questions you may have. This comprehensive plan that we're working on touches many of the KPIs under the unmistakable identity outcome. Joining us from Confluence, we have PJ Novick and Hank Moyers. They have extensive expertise and knowledge in comprehensive planning. And at this time, I invite PJ Novick and Hank Moyers to come forward and provide their presentation. Thank you.
I think he's getting over there.
Kurt, if you want me to blow it full screen, I will. Yeah, please. Okay. There you go.
Good evening. I'm PJ Novick with Confluence. I'm a principal in the Kansas City office. We're a Midwestern firm. We got 9 offices across the Midwest. We do a lot of Parks and Recreation master planning. So we've put together a team. We want to introduce you tonight, introduce you to our timeline and what's going to be transpiring over the next about 8 to 9 months. Our agenda will go through introductions of our team. Hank, our project manager, is going to go through the process and the timeline we're going to go through with you all. Then we're going to briefly just touch on the inventory of parks that we've already done, and then we'll summarize the next steps and kind of outline what the coming months are going to do for the plan. Again, our team, Confluence, we're the lead firm on the project. We're landscape architects, urban designers, and planners. We're going to be running the project lead. We'll also be doing the master planning of future parks, future amenities that come in when we get that from the public, and we'll also be leading the public engagement. And we've got a pretty robust public engagement with that. Our second, we got kind of a 3-legged stool of consultants. Our second is Pros Consulting. Leon and his team are going to be providing the demographic analysis, the trends analysis, and they're also going to be looking at operations and park programming options. So we're taking a look at not just the physical facilities, but how the department is run and how the different program amenities can be improved based on the public input we're receiving. And our third team is designing local limited, and there are arts and culture planning. So they're doing Amanda and her forces will be working directly with those groups. So we're trying to get, not only the traditional recreation programs, but those important arts and cultural aspects of that with that. So that kind of outlines our team of what we'll be doing. You'll be seeing myself, you'll be seeing Hank and other members of our team on a regular basis as we start this process.
I will mention as well that we also have ETC on our team as well, who will be providing a statistically valid survey of the cross-section of the community to find out what's truly important to the citizens of Lawrence as part of this process. So the question is, why do we plan now? Well, ultimately, we want to define what that community vision is for your parks and recreation system and also your arts and cultural programs. We want to make sure that we provide strategic and prioritized funding and implementation for those programs based on the feedback that we get from the community, and be good stewards of the available financial resources that are available to those programs. As part of this, we also want to look at what the programming and capital planning is for those programs. And we want to create a flexible and living document. This is something that needs to be revisited throughout this process. This is envisioned to be a document that guides for the next 10 years, but it is a living document. So as you accomplish things, you have to go back and look at it and make sure that that strategy continues to move forward over the next 10-year period of time, and that it's still in line with the vision that the community has. So, we'll be meeting with the board and the staff to revisit the document and review the process. And again, it's a 10-year process as far as the overall completion of that document. As far as our timeline, we're currently in July. We're starting the process of looking at the community context and resource inventory. We have already started the process of inventorying your parks facilities and looking at the conditions and what the strengths and opportunities are for those facilities. But as we move into August, we're also going to be starting our steering committee meetings and also working with stakeholder engagement. So we will be meeting individually with a number of different stakeholders over a 2 to 3 day period of time, and then there's probably going to be some spillover on that as well into future weeks that we'll be meeting through Zoom on some of the other groups that may not be able to make it to those 2-day event. Once we get through that, that'll take us probably towards the beginning of September, at which point we'll also have a public input meeting with the community. We'll be set up somewhere within the community to gather input on the things that people really want to see and what's important to them. And then once September starts, we'll really start getting into the master planning and looking at what are those recommendations, what is the feedback that we've heard, and how does that start to get implemented into the community, and what does that start to look like, which will take us probably through the end of November. At that same time, there's going to be some overlap as well with Leon and his group, looking at the operational and maintenance planning, looking at facility recommendations, but also programming, and the arts and cultural side of thing will also be going on at that same period of time. And then ultimately, towards the end of the year, starting in December and really going through February, we'll be working through the final document, writing up the report, and bringing that back to the various organizations, the steering committee, the parks boards, all of those different groups, the arts and cultural groups as well. And then hopefully towards the end of February, we can get final adoption of this for the city. We've got just a map here that shows the inventory of some of the parks and facilities that we've started. This is not completed yet. There are still some other facilities that we still need to dig into a little bit more, but this is the initial start of that, and you can also start to see some of the trails and other facilities that are outlined on this map. When we go through and do those inventories, there's a number of different things that we start to look at. We start to look at what the pedestrian trails are and what the connectivity is within the community. What are the different sites that we really need to start thinking about? Are there connections to the schools? Are there connections to all the neighborhoods? Are the parks interconnected? And are we making use of the greenways that are available to us for those trail connections? We also start to look at what are some of the upgrades of some of the programmatic amenities that we've got. As some of these facilities get older, there's trends that change, and there's different opportunities to bring new amenities to those parks facilities. So we want to look at what some of those opportunities might be to incorporate some of those into your various parks facilities. We also want to make sure that these facilities are, have ADA accessibility, whether that's to the playgrounds, whether that's to the trails, whether that's to the restroom facilities, any of the various elements that are incorporated within your parks facilities. We want to make sure they're ADA accessible and start to identify what those connectivity improvements actually are. We want to make sure there's a good variety of park types and spaces, so that there's a passive park, there's also neighborhood parks that have playgrounds, there's also athletic parks. We want to make sure that there's a good distribution of those across the city, and that those are equally served for all the different populations within your community. And then we also want to look at, is there land available for other park uses, and start to identify what some of those are based on community feedback, and where your residents may feel like they're underserved or not served at all by some of the various amenities, and what are some of the other opportunities that might be available within these parks facilities. So as part of the next steps, as I mentioned, we're going to be starting stakeholder engagement. That will start here in the next 2 weeks. So August 2nd and 3rd, we'll be engaging with stakeholders. We'll also be having our steering committee kickoff meetings. We recently had the steering committee put into place. And then, as I mentioned, we'll start to have our public input meetings. We'll also get the statistically valid survey out to the community and start to get that process rolling, because it does take 6 to 8 weeks as part of that process, generally, just to get started on that, and then time to summarize the findings after that point. And then we'll start to summarize what our analysis of the recommendations are, and then ultimately start to develop what those recommendations are later on here in the fall. My contact information's here on the slide for anybody that feels like they have any questions or comments for me and the public. Feel free to reach out to me. I'm more than willing to answer those questions. My email is attached. Leon Younger, president with PROS, who will be looking at the operations and maintenance side of things, he's also copied on this as well. And with that, I'll open it up to any other questions or comments. There's also a link here to the city's website that people, the residents, can follow along and follow the process as we go through this.
Any questions?
I just had just a couple. Can you give us a kind of a broad brush of what you consider a stakeholder? Who are you talking to in that stakeholder portion?
So stakeholders can vary. Anybody that uses a park, whether that's a rec league, whether that is a school, you know, any of the arts commission people, any of the performing arts groups. We want to engage everybody that uses these parks facilities and the arts areas as well, to make sure that they're all equally heard, to find out what they truly want within their parks facilities.
That's what I was kind of thinking. In this particular case, the stakeholders are very similar to the public. I mean, it's pretty much everybody. So I was trying to figure out who exactly you're focusing on those first 2 days before you open it up to the public.
Yeah, and again, the stakeholders are the, Derek and his team are putting together the list of those personal interviews we're going to have those 2 days. That's not the last time we hear from them. If some other group comes up and we need to have, you know, some detailed conversations with them, we'll do that along the way. And it's trying to just get as much information as we can gather from the existing system, both Parks and Rec and the cultural arts and culture aspect, so we have that information to be able to then have that at the first public meeting. So we're kind of up and running with what is currently being done in the city.
Okay. What sort of public engagement are you anticipating?
Well, right now we'll have in-person meetings at a place to be determined. We're also going to have a opportunity online through different programs that people can actually get on. For instance, say, hey, I'd like a trail from this point to this point through some of the software we use. So there's all sorts of opportunities. So it's not just public engagement that you have to come out of your house and get to a meeting at potentially maybe a time with conflict, with school starting this fall and things. With that, so we're going to have many avenues, so you can do it from home if you want to. You can come to those meetings, and then we'll also have an opportunity for emails, comments to come through that'll get to us, so we can incorporate that thinking in the entire process.
So whatever we do in the actual public meetings, we'll be putting on a social pinpoint website so that people can do those same activities at home, whether that's dot polling or a comment card, any of the different opportunities that we get to provide feedback.
How many public meetings are you going to hold that'll be actually for physically?
We've got, I believe, 3 public meetings. We've got the first one, which is we're just gathering information from the wants and desires of the public, and we'll typically have different stations. So if you want to talk about trails, you come over here. If you want to talk about arts and culture, you come over here. So that way, they can get to their individual areas that they have concerns with. And then once we start getting some initial feedback and some initial recommendations, then we'll have another public meeting to gather information on that. And then the final public meeting would be the presentation to you all, which the public will be invited to, and to present the final recommendations in the plan for adoption.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question about the role of ETC. So are they deploying a survey during all of this? And if so, when is that occurring?
They do the statistically valid survey, and for this, they will be having 400 key votes. So we will work with staff and the information we get out of the first meetings that we'll be able to then develop that survey that they will send out to, probably 1,000 or so folks. If they don't get those sent-in results back equaling 400, they are contracted with us then to reach out specifically to Lawrence residents by phone to try to get them to complete that survey. So we get that number, so we have that number to stand by and say, this is statistically valid, and it's all there. They do this. I imagine they've probably done work for the city of Lawrence. They're a known entity around the region with that.
So 400 is your statistically significant number for this project?
Correct.
So when is that being deployed? Like in this timeline, where is the survey being deployed?
Survey it will probably be deployed, I'm guessing, about the end of September.
Yes.
About that time, because it takes us, it takes a long time to get the questions, get them reviewed by the department, get them reviewed by everybody, and then get that in line. And then once they send it out, it's going to take about 6 to 8 weeks to have the results back to us that we can then start using that information to start guiding our recommendations.
Okay, so you mentioned about 400 being the number to get to statistically significant, and that if you don't reach that, you're going back to contact folks. But I didn't hear anything about oversampling to ensure that you have a broad swath of participants. And I know that in our strategic plan and our KPIs under unmistakable identity, we have several KPIs that speak to disparate populations, so our BIPOC community and other communities that may not be represented. So is there a piece in here in regards to oversampling? Are we oversampling for this? How are we getting to that 400 to be statistically significant, but also to make sure that it is somewhat of a statistical representation of our community?
I'd have to visit with them to find out how we can accomplish that. We typically, it's just you go through and they find residents. I understand. I think you're probably talking about the unserved populations with that, and I'll need to check with Jason and see how we can attack that for this particular use or this particular effort.
So there's a possibility, and this might be a question for you also, and a question for Porter and Derek. So if from these conversations, public input, stakeholder engagements, you're developing questions that'll be a part of the survey, is there an opportunity to then cross-tab that with some of the KPI data we have from earlier surveys that we've done? Or is this going to replace those? This survey is just specifically for this master plan?
This is just specifically for the Parks, Recreation, Arts, and Culture master plan.
Okay. But if there happens to be a question that aligns with a KPI, will you pull that out? Is there opportunity to pull that out and address that and identify that?
Yeah, I think from the questions that were in there, if that's something we want to answer that same question or pose that same question maybe a little different way for this survey, we can get that information to ETC, and we can work on that, those issues, especially if there's something in there that the city really wants to identify. This is the perfect time to do it because it's going out to a huge amount of Lawrence residents.
Right. I just wanted to ensure there wasn't what the stopgap would be for any type of redundancy, or if we were looking for redundancy. So, thank you.
I just had a quick question. Any sort of master plan that's being created would be applicable to any sort of accreditation process? I figure it would, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Okay.
So I have one more question. Are you looking at the old master plan at all, or are you just starting from scratch?
We're using that, we have there's probably 15, 20 different reports that we have that we're distributing to our team. We aren't starting from scratch. We're using that as a building point, but it's fairly old at this point. But I think there's probably some good information there that we need to just look at and understand with that, and that'll help to inform this. But getting all this new information, Lawrence, has changed a lot since that last one was done, so we really need to make sure we're understanding what's happened in the past, but then we're responding with what the next 10 years is going to bring.
Thank you. Thanks. Any other questions? If not, well, thank you very much. We'll open it up for public comment. Any public comment on this item from the audience? If not, we'll go to Zoom.
Dustin Stumbling Bear.
Good evening, City Commissioners. I'm grateful for this opportunity to talk to you via home. And something I wanted to say to the to be able to participate from home at a possible public engagement session is awesome to hear that they'll be setting that kind of stuff up. I continually feel like with this issue, we have a missed opportunity to really rethink how we're approaching this issue and could try to be forward thinking in it. I know the Board and Commission's Restructuring Committee is looking at rolling in the Lawrence, the Parks and Rec Board, the Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission, and the Sustainability Advisory Board under unmistakable identity for the restructuring. I still think we should merge those two boards, and I think this is a great marketing chance that's missed. Parks, Art, Recreation, and Culture. The Park Steering Committee. PRAC just sounds goofy as hell, and it shows our community that we are willing to consider that these two are interlinked. I know the arguments made at the Board and the Commission's Restructuring Committee is that they're too separate. There's too much that they're doing that's so separate, never merge them. I 100% will always disagree with that viewpoint, and I think even the name of this consultant company, Confluence, which merger, as another way of saying merger, of things. Again, how are we not seeing these things? How are we not taking advantage of these opportunities to really reimagine our community going forward? If we're going to go forward and say continue the same boards, are we really ever opening ourselves up for creative solutions, innovative thinking? That's just kind of how I look at it. And yeah, thank you.
Any other public comment on this item?
That's all the comments.
Okay, bring it back to the commission. Any further discussion?
I just have one point. With the community context and resource inventory, that whole part of the public input piece, I know we want to get this going. I'm nervous about it overflowing into August with it being school and knowing our population and knowing high level usage and who uses it and how do we want families. I understand we're going to do as much as our consultants are going to do as much as possible to create space. I'm just a little bit nervous that we may have some low turnout due to school starting up and with the university and all that happens with flurry of people that have children in the school district. There may be some, I just have some concerns with that, so.
Just as a point of clarification, we typically try to get this on social media a month in advance so that it's out to the public and find a centralized location that everybody feels comfortable in coming to. And so we will be working with Derek and his group to make sure that that does have plenty of traction with the community.
And I don't disagree with you. I have 8 nieces and nephews, and we planned a family trip a month ago, and it all went to kaput. So things happen. I think if there was 1 month that if we needed to get input from families and children and individuals with kids, August is probably the last month they would want to do that. So
It is possible we could push that into September if it,
That may cost us some money, so we'd have to ask, we might need to figure that out, but I just wanted to just share that.
Any other points commissioners want to make? I want to thank you for coming tonight and giving us an update. I look forward to your results as you move along. I'll be anxious to attend some of those public meetings, so thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to the regular agenda items. Number 1, consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 9999, declaring the city to be a safe haven for all persons from the effects of discriminatory acts, legislation, regulation, and other actions. We have staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As you just sort of alluded to, the action that's being asked for you all tonight, the action that's being requested is to adopt on the first reading ordinance number 9999, declaring the city to be a safe haven for all persons from the effects of discriminatory acts, legislation, regulation, and other actions. A couple city commission meetings ago, we had some members of our community, representatives or representation from the group No SB 180 who came and spoke, and it was recommended for city staff to kind of work in collaboration with some of those representatives to kind of find some type of resolution to make sure that members of our community are feeling safe and reassured they're safe throughout our community. And tonight we have some of those individuals here looking to speak and provide a presentation. We have some representatives of No SB 180, in addition to Alex Kimball Williams, who I believe want to provide a brief presentation online, in addition to David Brown, I believe, may be present online as well and may have some comments and to share with you all tonight.
Okay. Alex or David?
Alex can go. Thank you.
All right, either way. I am Alex. I am also probably going to be joined by somebody from SB 180 named Isaac as well, just a heads up that there's another person in the mix. I don't have access to screen sharing, but I did send the presentation to CC Agendas.
Do we have that?
We do. Case is going to allow you to share.
All right, sounds great. And this is the same presentation that I did get to share with City Legal Team about a week ago. So hopefully, here we go. So yeah, at present, there is a survey in the community asking people's feelings of safety, unsafety in Lawrence, and kind of getting a gauge on a number of different themes. And the purpose of the survey is basically to conduct community-based research, categorizing safety concerns of trans and gender nonconforming community members, so that this work with the city legal team, which we're very, very thankful for, can be comprehensive and effective in meeting the community's concerns. We do plan on applying results from the survey not only to this work drafting an ordinance with the city legal team, but also to other future work that we're going to be involved in, other organizing efforts, event planning, and also just other kinds of protections and resources that we're looking to help generate in the community. So the survey questions, we do gather demographics, and so we are going to be analyzing things across a couple of different demographics, including geography, gender identity, and age. We're asking people their perceptions of state legislation on a scale of 1 to 5. And we're also measuring feelings of safety, influencing factors that could be leading people to want to leave Lawrence or leave the state. And then we also created a list of different kinds of protections that people could be interested in, and we asked them to rank them. And so tonight I'll be sharing what the top 3 concerns were of the people who took the survey. And then in addition, we also gathered direct feedback on Chapter 10 definitions and amendments that could be made on other parts of city code. Some of our preliminary findings, in terms of demographics, the majority did live in Lawrence, 90%. 94% of them were adults, but we did gather some data of youth. And this survey is ongoing, and we do have more responses than when we did this preliminary analysis. This analysis includes about 50 responses. 67% of the respondents identify as trans, non-binary, intersex, etc., and 31% identify as cis. And so we did gather quite a bit of cis perceptions as well, and not surprisingly, a lot of them aligned. 41 out of 48 of the respondents felt incredibly worried about anti-LGBTQ plus state legislation, including future legislation. And all other remaining respondents still selected as 4 out of 5 on the scale of how worried that they felt. The top 3 community concerns that came up in the survey were access to healthcare. 73% of the respondents selected these as categories of protections that they care the most about. So access to healthcare, civil rights, such as hiring discrimination or refusal of service at businesses or hospitals. And then their third one, it's slightly less, 60% of the respondents selected this, was public accommodations, which of course is the central tenet of SB 180. So examples of that would be equal access to sex segregated facilities, not just limited to bathrooms, but locker rooms, domestic violence shelters, homeless shelters, and other spaces where sex segregated facilities could come up. This is an example of an exact question that we had on the survey. How unsafe do you feel or safe do you feel living in Lawrence, Kansas, and asking them to share some of the factors that were influencing that. And these are just a couple of quotations. These are direct copy and pastes from respondents that responded to the survey. For example, legislative attacks like SB 180 threaten a sense of safety. I feel safer in Lawrence than anywhere else in Kansas, but I still don't feel entirely safe. These are some more comments. And I won't get too deep into this because we obviously have other things to share with you, but just kind of showing you, a few of these questions and some of the quotations we gathered. So just kind of, zooming through it. Sorry, guys. One thing to note is that cisgender respondents also expressed concern, in terms of the lack of follow through and inclusion as a result of state legislation. And so this was, it would seem that this issue impacts all community members. Some of the top themes, and, again, I'm not going to go into very deep detail on this, but some of the top themes that came out in some of the comments was the need for public education and training around how people should respond. In terms of possible enforcement that might happen by community members or vigilantes, the need for proactive legal protections, which consider even future anti-trans legislation. The majority of the comments did suggest that they were looking for an ordinance or something that was codified for their protection. But yeah, like I said, zooming through that presentation because we are going to be continuing to collect survey responses. Please check out NoSB 180's Facebook page and Instagram page to continue staying tuned as to what we're doing and the final results of that survey. We continue to gather more survey responses and it would be great to hit 100. So please take that survey if you're interested. We're also going to have an informational panel tomorrow at the library. So tomorrow, July 19th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Lawrence Public Library Auditorium. We've gathered some legal experts and community organizers to help answer public questions about SB 180 and other trans legislation in the state and locally. I know that David Brown and Isaac, I see Isaac's there at the podium. Hi. I see Isaac's there, but I think that I'm very, very thankful that the city has been so quick and been so cooperative and collaborative with NoSB 180 and a couple of consultants like myself and David Brown. It has been really awesome working together, and I think that overall the group is very pleased with the proposed ordinance, and we just really appreciate that attention to detail and your time. And so we're very excited that this first reading is happening. So thank you so much. I will hand it off to either Isaac or David, whoever would like to go next.
I can go. Good evening. My name is Isaac Johnson, and I am pleased to return this week to help present Ordinance 9999, an ordinance that protects trans Lawrenceans now and into the future, which our campaign No SB 180 in Lawrence has been demanding since late May. Trans Lawrenceans and cis allies started our campaign in the aftermath of the passage of Senate Bill 180, a law that attempts to write trans people out of existence and encourages discrimination against trans people in public spaces. Since then, trans people and our allies from all over Lawrence have vigorously sought to establish Lawrence as a safe haven for trans people. It is imperative for us as a community to proactively protect marginalized people from injustice. SB 180 is a blatant attack on the transgender community, disguised as a quote-unquote women's bill of rights. Despite this title, SB 180 does not establish any rights or protections for women. It does not to address the misogyny and sexism that negatively affects all women, cis and trans. SB 180 only robs trans people of our rights. In contrast, Ordinance 9999 does not infringe on anyone's rights. Instead, it not only establishes new protections for trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming people in Lawrence, but establishes these protections for all people in our city. Over the past 2 months, you have heard from dozens and dozens of trans people and their allies about the anxiety and fear that we have experienced as a result of this year's onslaught of anti-trans legislation in the Kansas State Legislature and in many other state legislatures around the country. Many of us have considered leaving our homes in Kansas in a desperate attempt to find safety elsewhere. Some of us have already left or begun the process of leaving. And for some of us, like myself, Kansas has been the only place we've ever known. I do not want to be chased out of my home state because of a handful of bigoted politicians. I want to know that I am safe when I use sex-segregated facilities so that I can continue visiting with my sister or going out with my boyfriend or completing duties on the job without worrying about legally sanctioned transphobia due to SB 180. I worry for my trans sisters who will be the most impacted by SB 180 and other bills like it. And I worry for the trans working class and trans people of color who have always been disproportionately affected by criminalization. Ordinance 9999 is a crucial step forward in the name of protecting the most marginalized in our community. Weeks ago, I urged the city of Lawrence to be on the right side of history, and this is our opportunity. We fully expect that you, as our elected representatives, will do us justice by passing Ordinance 9999. We have over 1,000 supporters in Lawrence, many of whom have expressed how urgent this ordinance is, as mentioned by Alex in her earlier presentation. Thank you for your time and your support.
David?
Thank you. Okay, first, I promised Dr. Muhammad I would not take more than a minute, so my comments will be brief. As I think many of you know, I'm an attorney. I represent members of the LGBTQ plus community. I've done that since 1992. I was also a member of the Human Relations Commission back in the early 90s when the first ordinance was passed. Okay. I have been contacted by literally dozens of clients who are concerned about SB 180 and its effects. Their safety truly depends on a change in attitude in the state, and this ordinance is a wonderful representation of the support that the city is offering to my clients. Truly, their safety depends on it, and that's why I'm asking you to support this ordinance on first reading. I specifically think that the No SB 180 group and Alex Kimball Williams deserve an enormous amount of thanks from the city residents and certainly from my clients, but it's also Dr. Muhammad, and a special thanks needs to go to the city attorney's office who went above and beyond in some ways to get this ready and presented to the commission tonight. Again, I fully support this, and I'm talking really on behalf of many, many, many clients whose lives are affected. I've had suicide notes. I've had notes from people who want to move, people who are afraid they're going to get arrested just by using the bathroom. This action is necessary and appropriate for this city to take. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any questions for any of those who spoke on this item?
I just had a quick question for Alex. I know you said that the survey is still being deployed. Since you presented on it, is there any way we can get a copy of the survey?
Definitely. A link to the survey itself or to the slides?
What? I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. Maybe once, okay, let me back up. When do you plan to close out the survey?
Yes. So we were hoping to keep it open for at least 4 weeks. That's pretty typical. Surveys are usually open for 4 to 6 weeks, usually. We're trying to hit, we have a respondent number that we're trying to hit as well. So it kind of just depends on whether the 4 weeks hits or we hit that goalpost.
And by goalpost,
I will say that we're probably planning.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
We will probably plan to post that, when we know that when we're going to close the survey, we will probably post to our social media, hey, last few days to take the survey. So we'll make sure to post there as well.
Okay. So walk me through the process after the survey closed. I just want to get an idea of what you're hoping the process is going to look like. So you're gathering information. Is there going to be some sense making? I'm looking at the slides and seeing what's in here, but I just didn't know if high level, if you had something to share of what next steps after survey responses, you've diagnosed it, you've looked at the results, you present it. All right, what are you hoping that will be the next steps after that?
No, great question. So we will be conducting a full thematic analysis to pull out primary themes that, based on what were the kinds of comments and the general trends and the questions that we're seeing. We will probably have some type of public, like, hey, this is how many respondents. This was like, probably have some type of public facing products as a result of the survey. I think, though, that the predominant goal is going to be used internally by No SB 180 to move efforts and kind of direct. There's so many different priorities, and I think that the survey will help inform what should be the first priority, second priority, and then also the direct comments that we're receiving for Chapter 10 language are a little bit different from the rest of the survey. It almost could have been its own mini survey, but we put them together. But we're going to be using that in our direct work, hopefully with the city, and amending that part of the city code.
Okay. Last question, and I don't know if it's for you as being the principal consultant or for anyone representing No SB 180. The survey was conducted on behalf of No SB 180. Is this work only being done in the No SB 180 space? Is there space for other partners that are doing work in regards to LGBTQ plus legislation, policies, rights to be a part of this? I just didn't know I know this was deployed by the group. Is there opportunity for other groups that have spoken and advocated on this work to be a part of the conversation as well?
No, really great question. We didn't include a lot on the survey in terms of consent as to how exactly we would share data. However, I do think that if we pull out unidentifiable trends, we are working in coalition building across different trans rights groups. And I would imagine that there could probably be some top level, not like exact data per se shared, but unidentifiable trends and conclusions drawn from the data, in as much as it could help other groups work. So I do believe that would be possible. But yeah, I can't speak for SB 180 exactly, but I would say from a research ethics standpoint, that would be probably in equal interest. Yeah.
Okay. And I did notice in your preliminary that you had, I don't want to say outliers, since there was a focus on Lawrence residents, but then you had folks that identified as not living within Lawrence. Will your final analysis, will you scrub those folks out? Will there be some multivariate analysis of looking at what that data, what those results look like for those who don't live in Lawrence as opposed to outside of Lawrence, as well as those who identified as cis, controlling the multivariate of what data would look like for data results were for cis individuals as well as trans, non-binary, non-conforming. You see what I'm getting here with that?
Yeah, so you've gotten into the part that I love. I love on the surveys the demographic questions, and I love doing cross comparisons. So depending on how much data we get, for example, if we get at least 30 youth that respond, then we could do a comparison of, okay, this is, youth versus 18 plus. I would love to actually do a comparison of how people who don't live in Lawrence but live in Kansas feel compared to Lawrence, right? Like that would be really cool. But it just depends on how much data we receive. Obviously, you can't draw statistical conclusions from, 2 or 3 respondents. So we'll have to see what ultimately happens. But yeah, we do want to make sure that we provide a demographic analysis that is Lawrence, obvious for.
Oh,
Alex, I'm sorry, you're cutting out.
You may have to go off screen to save your bandwidth.
If I can jump in here for a moment, this is Jamie Miller. I'm a representative of the No SB 180, and I can address some of the questions that that Commissioner Sellers was asking.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Jamie. Sorry.
You had asked one question about working with other LGBTQ plus organizations. We do have a group that is doing some coalition building working with PFLAG. We've been in contact with the Kansas United for Public Schools. To address your question, what are our plans to do with some of the data that we gather? We are still in collaboration with the city attorneys and the Dr. Muhammad with the Diversity and Inclusion Office, to update some of the language in Chapter 10 and potentially other city codes that may affect LGBTQ plus persons. We are also looking at addressing the school board. We've reached out to the USD 497 school board, and we'll be using some of this data that we gather from our survey and collaborating with them regarding specifically House Bill 2238 and Senate Bill 180 and how that is to be in effect within Lawrence Public Schools.
Thank you, Jamie. So it sounds like there's a potential collaboration with LGBTQ plus organizations that are represented in Lawrence, or I'm thinking of a couple that I know professionally that I do work with, like Equality Kansas, Mainstream. There are cross partners with Urge. I didn't know if you were just wanting to keep it to organizations that are represented in the community, that are identified in the community, or are you looking to engage more statewide organizations?
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me. Yeah. Ma'am. If you come up to the microphone, if you can.
I was just going to say.
What was your name?
My name is Megan Williams.
Thank you.
And I'm part of No SB 180.
Okay.
And initially, this survey was, we were doing it to help inform the ordinance that was written, but the city attorneys were so diligent about getting back to us that now we have collected all this data, and it's kind of like we're going to have to figure out what can we do with it. And I think as an organization, we haven't landed on what's going to happen next after the ordinance is, we hope, passed. And so I think people are open to working with other groups locally, statewide, but just to be completely transparent, those conversations have not fully been had yet.
Completely understand.
Thank you. Any other questions further?
I did. Unless you want to carry on. You got another one? Okay. I'm glad that Alex and others brought up Chapter 10. I do also recall there was some conversation about some changes we could make to that back when we talked about source of income. Will we be able to do some kind of comprehensive look at that, and including some of the things that they're talking about? And maybe this is more for Dr. Muhammad. Do you see this ordinance kind of as bolstering Chapter 10, or do you see it as an extra layer? Do you see it as how do you look at that in terms of our adding things that create protections?
I'll answer the first part, and then I'll hand the microphone off to Dr. Muhammad. We did pledge to the members that we've been meeting with that we will continue considering language that they have proposed to update Chapter 10. We acknowledged in our meetings that some of the terminology that we used in Chapter 10 back when we, adopted earlier provisions does need to be looked at and refreshed to reflect current definitions. So we do want to have continued dialogue. We did alert the group, however, that there are a lot of commission items, like sort of in the hopper. And one of them is the work that the Committee on Committees, that's how I refer to them, is doing. And there is a possibility that Chapter 10 will be looked at holistically to align it with whatever recommendations that committee brings to the commission and whatever direction the commission gives staff. So I think there is a high likelihood that Chapter 10 will be looked at in the future. And, but in the meantime, we do want to continue discussions. We have pledged to keep working and keep communicating about that, and that is our intention to do right now.
Yes, and to echo some of the things City Attorney Tony have spoke to already, there are a few things we have been looking at Chapter 10 regarding some other marginalized groups who are looking at embedding language in our Chapter 10 ordinance to better strengthen it to make sure there's protections across the board for various marginalized groups, SB 080 being one. So we appreciate them bringing forth many suggestions to find ways to better strengthen some of the language within our Chapter 10 so it can help provide better assurance for safety throughout our community and well-being. So I think Chapter 10 is going to be continuously an ongoing process as we, as a city, look for more ways to continuously grow and find ways to be more inclusive.
And I might maybe just, Tony, as a follow-up, since that's going to take a little bit of time, I guess the original sort of interpretation from staff was that Chapter 10 did have some of these protections. Do you feel like in the interim between now and then, any issues that may arise, that Chapter 10 would provide some extra protections, just simply not as well described as we speak about these things now?
Yes, Commissioner Shipley, I agree. Chapter 10, which has been in place, for many years, does provide extensive protections to persons based on gender identity and sexual orientation, prohibits discrimination in housing, public accommodations, and employment. And, this Ordinance 9999 is a nice supplement, but there are already many protections that we have in our local law that are not found at the state level and certainly are not found in other Kansas communities.
Thank you.
So real quick follow-up, only because it's germane, because you opened up discussion about Chapter 10 as a whole in committee on committees. So Tony, if I heard you correctly, there's, at a future time, there's going to be some discussion around reviewing Chapter 10 as a whole. Any work that's been done in other committees related to Chapter 10, has that work now been put on hold until we figure out what we're going to do with the committee on committees and where that's going to land and how that group, are we going to take up work that groups have been working on prior to and then do another, then do another assessment?
Well, our office hasn't received any direction that certain things should be placed on hold. For instance, there has been some contact by a person regarding Crown Act modifications, and we are going to have meetings with representatives of that organization because they have suggestions on how we can modify Chapter 10 to be more inclusive regarding the Crown Act. So, we are trying to do things, as we can, although, as I know the Commission recognizes, our office does have a lot of projects and priorities, and there are a lot of demands for our services. So, in conversations with the city manager and consultation with the governing body, we will proceed, as well as we can to balance the demands and the priorities of the organization. So that's the best I can do right now.
I completely understand. But thank you for that answer.
Craig, did you have something?
Well, just that the recommendations of the Committee on Committees is coming very soon. So we hopefully will have some direction and resolution and keep the work moving.
Any other questions? If not, we'll open it up to public comment on this item. Any public comment on this specific item?
Yeah, I'm Chris Flowers. I fully support this. Just something, this is the last time I'm going to bring it up, but the topless ordinance. Yesterday, I was at City Hall, and I asked about this. I asked, so does this make our topless ordinance moot? And I was told, well, because I asked, well, what if a police issues a citation because of that ordinance? And I was told that the police can still inquire about someone's gender, is what I believe I heard. So maybe some of y'all who weren't there might want to ask, what does that mean for the topless ordinance? And because I bring this up because I've looked online and I've read that topless ordinances are sexist, and if something's sexist, it's usually going to be not fair to trans people either, because you have to determine the sex in order to enforce it. So And the thing is, it's adopt on like declaring the city to be a safe haven for all persons from the effects of discriminatory acts, legislation, and regulation. So I want to challenge the commission as a whole, not singling anyone else, singling anyone out this time. But I want to challenge the commission to look at our own laws and regulations that are unfair to trans people, because I think the topless one, I think that's one that is. And like, it's just kind of funny to me to say, well, we're going to stand against the unfair legislation and regulation the state does, but we're just going to ignore our own local ordinances and regulation, because I believe the topless ordinance is not a state law; it is local ordinance. So that's just that's my last time bringing up the topless ordinance. Thank you.
Any other public comment on this item?
Good evening. I'm Jeff Southard, and I'm appearing on behalf of First Presbyterian Church. I am currently serving on the Board of Ruling Elders, which in the Presbyterian tradition is known as the Session. I've been authorized by the Session to speak on behalf of the church in support of the proposed ordinance. By way of introduction, First Presbyterian has been a part of Lawrence since 1858. It survived Quantrill's raid in 1863, and its members were involved in the civil rights movements of the 1960s, including efforts to get the first integrated municipal swimming pool. Women have been involved in ministry and church leadership for decades, and the Presbyterian Church was a leader in recognizing same-sex marriage. FPC was also a founding church in the local Justice Matters movement. It's therefore only natural that our church supports the proposed ordinance, which places Lawrence squarely in opposition to the recently enacted State Senate Bill 180. That bill, although promoted as an act for the protection of women, should be more accurately described as an act for the persecution of trans people. It is vague, overbroad, and ambiguous, and lends itself perfectly to the kind of legal mischief that our current Attorney General is now pursuing in Topeka. For example, the bill says nothing about driver's licenses, nothing about birth certificates, and nowhere does it state that it is retroactive. A law that says nothing can be applied to mean anything by certain people. In short, Senate Bill 180 does nothing but spread fear and confusion. It is a classic example of virtue signaling, whereby a majority proclaims its moral uprightness at the expense of a minority which has done nothing wrong and which poses no threat to anyone. The proposed ordinance is a much-needed response to this mean-spirited, misguided law. It should be enacted because it is the right thing to do. Now, it may not be the easy thing to do. The city may well invite a lawsuit from that Attorney General that I mentioned earlier. If so, this ordinance may well be the legal vehicle by which Senate Bill 180 is struck down by the Kansas Supreme Court, an outcome which I am certain will eventually happen. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Enacting ordinance number 9999 will definitely place the city of Lawrence on the right side of that arc. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment on this item?
I wasn't planning to speak when I came here tonight, so I hope I can read my handwriting. Good evening. My name is RD Johnson. That's not the name you'll find on my driver's license, but I'm very proud to stand here and say it out loud to you. When I came out here in Lawrence, when I began to live as me, it was a trust fall. I held my arms out, I leaned back until I hit the tipping point and I fell. I was not initially caught. Many people, many institutions that I knew stepped away. My country, my state, loved ones. But right before I hit the ground, my LGBTQIA plus siblings placed their hands out, and they caught me, and they held me. These people saved my life, and those who saved my life were among the best that our city has to offer. The motives of the proponents of SB 180 remain opaque to me. Sure, targeting a historically marginalized group and othering them and inciting people to anger is autocracy 101, but I would hesitate to ascribe motives. So I don't know. Except, by all accounts, all I can tell, the only way I can make it make sense is that they want me gone. They want those who reached out and caught me gone. And to drive us out with fear, the compassion, the talent, the love, and the values that I find that I have come to associate so deeply with this community that has become my home over the last decades. They don't want here. I believe that our city has the will and the drive to stand with my siblings and myself and not allow the people who hold these values, this community, to be silenced and made invisible. I believe that we can and will, especially through these first steps, like 9999, take the steps to keep us safe, to keep each other safe. For make no mistake about it, this threatens us all, not just my community. And to stand affirmatively with and for and arm in arm with this community that brings so much life, literal and figurative, to so many. Thank you. I hope to see this passed, and I look forward to seeing further actions that will make it real in the world.
Thank you, Ruby. Okay, other public comment on this item from the audience? If not, we'll go to Zoom.
Jamie Miller.
I apologize, I didn't lower my hand from earlier. I do not have public comment.
Justice Horn.
So I put this in the chat. If I don't live in Lawrence but do business there, can I still testify on this?
You can.
Okay, I didn't get a response. All right. Hello, my name is Justice Horn. I use he/him pronouns. I am chair of the City of Kansas City's LGBTQ Commission and the author of the ordinance that made Kansas City a sanctuary city for trans folks in the City of Kansas City. So I am here speaking in favor of this. First, to thank the activists on the ground, the groups that are doing the work, and to also thank, the mayor and board of commissioners for even considering this today. I think we stand at a very interesting time. There are a lot of similarities from Missouri to Kansas with our attorney generals and our state legislatures pushing so hard that they want to snuff out our trans siblings. And I think our cities and our counties need to be at the forefront of that fight. And Lawrence would not only be a trailblazer, but a leader in that fight on what it looks like to fight this erasure of LGBT people across Kansas. So I just wanted to come on the record to say, I support this. We have a lot of folks who either go to school in Lawrence or, to be quite frank, I went to UMKC and I'm getting a master's and a PhD there and decided not to go to KU because I didn't feel it was a welcoming community. So when it comes to, leaning in on these issues, it will not only retain, but also attract a workforce, a new generation, and keep people in the communities they grew up in love with, and hopefully they'll continue to create roots in Lawrence. So other than that, I appreciate you allowing me to come on here. Thank you for doing this, and I really commend everyone and being on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah Anise.
Hi, sorry, I'm used to Microsoft Teams, not Zoom. I just wanted to say thank you for giving me the time. I also wanted to say that I am cis, and I don't understand why this is a question. I guess, we have seen so much just taken away from us in the last 6 to 8 years. I don't understand why anyone with a smidgen of power won't use the full extent of it. We see what happens time and time again when people say, oh, well, we'll wait for the natural process of bodies to deliberate. We'll wait for the natural process of when we get to this and that. And what have we lost? More at the national level, but definitely at the state level too. We are losing basic things that I grew up with as a 90s baby, like affirmative action and, abortion access. Like, overturning precedent is the name of the game right now, and doing anything that they can to dial us back in everything that we've attempted to achieve in the last, I would say, like 50 to 100 years. And like that for me is emotionally like horrible. I don't understand why we can just sit back and watch people who are so clearly struggling and who are very clearly like targeted nationally, why we can't just adopt the proposal as written. And then when it comes time to, I think it was Title 10 or Chapter 10, you could amend something in there if necessary. But just to cover the grounds from the get-go, I think would be really good to do.
Thank you.
David Ham?
Good evening. So, to start off with, looking at that presentation that was presented earlier tonight, it looked like they had roughly 48 respondents to the poll. 48 respondents to roughly 95,000 people of Lawrence does not make a community. Almost 120,000 people of Douglas County. I don't see why this even has to be brought up. SB 180 is something that I think is helpful for women, for our children. There are many multitudes of where this gives people that claim they're trans the opportunity to violate our women and children without any real regard. I don't see why we need to have this proposed ordinance, and I definitely don't see why it needs to be in the hands of 5 people. If anything, this should be brought up to the voters of Lawrence, or more so to the voters of Douglas County, whose much of their business is in Lawrence because of our size, because of our merchandise, because of our stores and our wares. We have the villages of Eudora, Baldwin City, Lecompton. We have the rest of the county that come here that can be affected by something as this. This isn't something that is trying to be a safe haven. And I don't see why this board believes that they can go against a state legislature to try to counter what has already been done. If anything, you're supposed to try to make things stricter. From a corporate perspective, you start at a corporate policy as it gets down to middle manager, shift manager. The policies get stricter. They don't get looser. They don't get reversed. You make things stricter. You don't take things and make them back asswards. So it's just, I don't see why this even has to come up without at least taking this to a vote of the people. So I guess that's all I have to say right now on this.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item from Zoom?
Monroe Hanson.
Hi, my name is Monroe Hanson. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm with No SB 180 Lawrence. I won't take up much of your time. I know you have a lot to get to tonight. However, I wanted to speak in support of Ordinance 9999 and in support of making Lawrence a safe haven for trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming people. This ordinance is necessary in response to recent state legislation, namely SB 180, in order to ensure trans people can continue to exist and live freely in Lawrence without undue fear and targeted harassment. The people who love and accept their trans neighbors far outweigh the number of people who do not. I urge you to pass Ordinance 9999 to protect and stand in solidarity with trans Lawrencians. and I look forward to working more with you in the future to further protect trans rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item from Zoom?
That's it, Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. Any thoughts on this?
Well, given, all the comments and folks that have come in regards to this, out of the way, I will be supporting it. I thought I'd get that out of the way. But yeah, I think it goes a long way to, letting people know who Lawrence is and what Lawrence believes in.
Okay. Any other?
I want to say I'm excited about, thank you for sharing about the survey. I think it speaks on something that I'm not going to say is missed. I think it's an opportunity, and it's a bright spot in this work. That when it comes to LGBTQ plus issues in our state, that there is a coalition, and that we have to lean into that coalition, and that a lot of the messaging that I'm seeing in the survey, I want to know more. And there's a lot of individuals who are allies in this work who want to know more, who want to be a part of it. And so it is the decision of the group, but I hope that you will not deny the opportunity of allies to be a part of it. It's in the survey. You have cis representation in the survey. Continue to find your cis partners to be a part of this work, because there is true intersectionality in this work, and it needs to be identified because it has not been identified. And so this ordinance makes it elevates that. And so now we need to continue to share information about LGBTQ brothers and sisters who are Kansans in this community, and to elevate their voices. This is an opportunity to do that. And I challenge you to do that, because that's work that I do professionally outside of this dais. That's what I'm challenged with doing every day. So I want to see it, because there are partners out there that want to help with the work. And so when you have an opportunity to work alongside someone to help carry the burden with you, because it is a burden, we hate to admit it, but it is, take it up. They're not trying to take the platform away from you. They're wanting to hold the platform up for you. So I want to be able to lean into that. And I would say to anybody that thinks that 5 people shouldn't have any vote on this, you need to bring that same argument to 165 people who made the vote as well. So governance is I always talk about laws, regulations, and policies. Laws shouldn't be prescriptive. They set the standard. It's the regulations that describe the guidance of how that law is to be interpreted. And policies are created in order to have the best practice of that regulation or that law. And so when you understand the relationship between the three, when it comes to civic engagement work, and even creating local ordinances in a relationship to state law and federal law, you're stronger in the work that you do. So you have an opportunity. We have an opportunity as a city, as a commission, to utilize this ordinance to further educate and enlighten those who live in this community. Because there's folks that just don't know. And instead of indicting, we need to be welcoming. So if we claim that we are welcoming, then we need to be welcoming in all aspects. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I support this. I want to thank everyone who's worked on this, and want to thank everyone who worked on this, including Tony and David. So I don't want to say this, but there's maybe a friendly amendment, or I just want to make sure, in case we get challenged, that we have this right. When I look at subsection A2 and A3 of 302, it says that we shall not assist in any procedures, basically, conducted by any jurisdiction having authority to enforce Senate Bill 180. And I just wonder if we could be clearer on that, because if it could be read broadly that, let's say the KBI had the power to enforce SB 180, this would almost say we'd never cooperate with the KBI on anything. If they came to do a murder investigation, we wouldn't cooperate on them. So I wondered if it'd be clearer to say we would not assist or cooperate in any investigation, detention, or arrest procedures related to the enforcement of SB 180 by any jurisdiction having authority to enforce SB 180. And I say that really as a friendly amendment in the sense that if we do get challenged, I want to make sure we have the best defense, but I also defer to David and Tony and just ask that question out there.
Thank you, Commissioner Finkeldye. Yes, I think upon reflection, it wasn't our intention to state that we would never cooperate with the Kansas Bureau of Investigation or other law enforcement agency on other lawful procedures or investigations. So I could see where that amendment or that, just juxtaposing a couple of the words but keeping the intent, I think that would put us in a stronger position if the law is challenged. So I wouldn't consider that as a substantive change, but more of a sort of a technical cleanup.
Well, that's how I see it. I mean, that's what I was intending. So if others were interested in that, or if you wanted to look at that and bring it back on second reading, I know we do that sometimes, just to clear up, make sure those, I hate to amend stuff on the fly here, but.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Certainly, we could do that, maybe convene our little group or share the language with them and get David Brown's interpretation as well, and then bring it back.
And if you don't change it, I'll support it. If you change it, I'll support it. I just wanted to make sure we're in the best position going forward.
Okay. Any other comments? Not, did you have anything? I'll just add a few things. I want to thank everybody again for coming here tonight and supporting it and working with our city staff to get this done very quickly. If you realize what government is about, it takes a long time sometimes to get things through. So I'm really proud of staff as well as the community for working on this. I just want to say that it just makes me really sad that we have to do this. Because people just want to live their lives and be left alone. And we've got a state government that seems to think otherwise. And as Mr. Jeffries says, this SB 180 is nothing but fear and confusion. That's all it is. And I support it, obviously, 100%. And I'll continue to support going forward what needs to be done to make sure our community members are protected, whether there's one of you or 100,000 of you. We'll continue to do that. So thank you very much.
I did want to say, Mayor, if you don't mind. I was really glad to see the new generation of activists. I'm really glad to hear you pledge continued activism and collaboration. It's weird to quote a dancer, but I heard him recently, and a Kansas City dancer named Justin Griffin, I believe is quite famous, saying, "You can't access community unless you're willing to collaborate." And I hope that's what these activists have learned, that they can get from their local government. I also wanted to mention, kind of lost in quietude back in 2021, this commission enacted Ordinance 9828 prohibiting conversion therapy, and maybe it didn't draw great crowds, but we have every reason to be proud of that ordinance as well.
Okay, if there's no other comments or discussion, I'll ask for a motion.
Move to adopt on first reading ordinance number 9999.
Second.
What?
Sorry.
Do we need to mention the amendment to it,
The amendment.
Tony? Do we need?
Pause.
Throw out a possible, if you're
Yeah.
okay. Adopt on first reading ordinance 999.
As amended.
And direct staff to look at possible amendments to section 10-302A prior to second reading. Does that work?
Okay, can I have that motion?
Mouthful, jeez Louise.
Okay.
Hold on.
Can I
I
have,
move that we adopt on a first reading ordinance number 9999. I'm nasal because I can't breathe out. I'm a mouth breather tonight. Declaring the city be a safe haven for all persons from the effects of discriminatory acts, legislation, regulation, and other actions, and direct staff to come back with possible amended language to section 10-302 prior to second reading.
That works, Sherry?
Yeah.
Okay. Got a second?
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Mayor,
We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll start back with item number 2. Sorry, Lynn, sorry.
Gives me time to figure out the computer.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, we're back and ready to go on with item number 2. Consider an appeal of the Historic Resources Commission determination for DR 2300193 at 1030 Main Street, a design review application for the Oriad Neighborhood Design Guidelines Review.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Lynn Braddock-Zollner, Historic Resources Administrator for the city. Would ask you this evening to disclose any ex parte communications you may have on this item.
Commissioners?
I had a conversation with Mr. Paul Warner 2 days ago. It lasted about 5 minutes.
Anybody else?
I also had a conversation with Mr. Paul Warner, probably same amount of time, 5 to 10 minutes, a couple days ago.
Anybody else?
I had a conversation with Paul Warner, and we discussed the, items that are in the report.
I did as well, but I also spoke with Candy Davis. Nothing different than was stated in the public meeting, and nothing different than is in correspondence.
And I had a conversation with Mr. Paul Warner discussing the project itself and some of his points of view and his concerns. So,
Excuse me, before we proceed, for Commissioners Littlejohn and Commissioner Sellers, to give better disclosure, in addition to identifying who you spoke with, if you discuss anything that is not in the public record, we ask you to disclose the content of the conversation so that all parties understand what communications or what information you received. The other 3 commissioners seem to indicate the content of the discussion, so I just asked the 2 commissioners to elaborate more on information that you had received from Paul, if it is not information already in the public record.
That's fine. I didn't have anything different. I didn't say anything because there wasn't anything outside of public record that we spoke about.
I as well. Everything we talked about was in public record and was a result of the previous HRC meeting. So,
Thank you.
all right. Lynn?
This is a design review application for DR 23-00193. The applicant submitted this design review application for a project that would create a new lot to allow for the construction of a duplex. The Historic Resources Commission denied the project at their meeting on June 15th, 2023. The applicant has appealed the Historic Resources Commission finding to the City Commission in accordance with Section 20-308G2 of the Land Development Code. The City Commission is the final decision-making authority in determining whether a proposed project meets the adopted design guidelines. The City Commission is not reviewing the minor subdivision application for this project, but is reviewing the design review application for the creation of a lot for the construction of a duplex. The proposed project is located in UC1 low density of the Oriad Neighborhood Design Overlay District and is subject to the Oriad Neighborhood Design Guidelines. Historically, lots in this area were designed to support single-dwelling residential structures that face the streets. When the Oriad Design Overlay District was established, there was a strong desire by the neighborhood residents to protect the feel and character of the district by maintaining the scale of the existing houses. The guidelines state, within District 1, lots shall not be created or modified to accommodate the construction of duplexes or other high-intensity residential dwellings. Lots can be created for single-dwelling residential structures. The proposed project has an existing structure on site. This is the primary elevation or the west elevation of the structure facing Main Street. This is the south-facing elevation. The property was built in 1938. This is the existing configuration. The light blue line that you see around the green is the parcel line. It's made up of 2 platted lots. This the light line that's right here is the division of the lots. This is lot 9, this is lot 10. The orange is showing the existing structure that crosses the lot line. At the September 15th, 2022 meeting, the Historic Resources Commission affirmed an administrative approval of subdividing 2 existing lots at 1030 Main Street into 2 lots that would support a new single-dwelling residential structure. And that diagram is shown on the screen now. The owner at that time stated that the division would only be for a single-dwelling residential structure. The new configuration that's proposed now would create 2 lots that would divide the east-west lots into 2 lots that would run north-south. The Historic Resources Commission reviewed the project for creation of a lot to be constructed at 1030 Main Street for the new construction of a duplex on June 15, 2023. The Historic Resources Commission found that the proposed project to create a new lot for the construction of a duplex did not meet the intent of the Oriad Neighborhood Design Guidelines for District 1 and denied the project on a vote of 4-3. In B10, in the User's Guide section of the Oriad Neighborhood Design Guidelines, the document does allow city staff, the Historic Resources Commission, and the City Commission to have the discretion to examine the whole situation or extenuating circumstances and approve projects that do not meet the letter of the guidelines. Staff is of the opinion the division of the property to create a new lot for the construction of a duplex does not meet the Oriad Neighborhood Design Guidelines. The creation of a new lot for the construction of a duplex is not supported by the shall statement that lots shall not be created or modified to accommodate the construction of duplexes. A lot division for the construction of a new single-dwelling residential structure would meet the guidelines. If the City Commission approves the design review application for the creation of a lot of for the construction of a new duplex, the new construction should be reviewed using the Oriad Neighborhood Design Guidelines. For the project, this shows the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. The proposed new duplex is on the left, the existing residential structure is on the right, and then between the structures and along this back portion of the structure are the parking places proposed for the new project. This is showing the primary elevation of the structure that faces Fambro. The new duplex would be 2 stories tall at 37 feet 3.5 inches from grade to the peak of the gabled roof. The structure would be clad in fiber cement siding with fiber cement shingles and the gabled ends. The roof would be composition shingle and the windows would be A100 series Anderson windows. And this is showing the other elevations of the structure. This would be the west elevation, the north elevation, and the east elevation. Staff is of the opinion that the proposed new construction meets the majority of the guidelines with the exception of the column materials and the location of the front doors to the new structure. If the Commission approves the new structure, staff recommends that the new structure have wood columns and that the door for the eastern unit be placed on the western wall of the unit instead of facing south. Staff is recommending that the Commission uphold the Historic Resources Commission determination and deny the design review application DR 23-00193, finding that it does not meet the intent of the Oriad Design Guidelines for District 1 for the Oriad Neighborhood Design Overlay District. If the Commission determines that the subdivision can be approved to allow for the construction of a new duplex on the newly created lot, staff recommends that the Commission find that the proposed new construction meets the design standards in the Oriad Neighborhood Design Guidelines if the proposed porch columns are wood and the door for the eastern half of the duplex is placed on the western wall of the portion of the structure. And the reason for that is instead of having 2 doors facing on the primary elevation, you would just see 1 door when you're looking at it, and it would look like more of a single dwelling residential structure. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Lynn. Any questions for Lynn?
I did see in your list here of the things that meet the project guideline and one that didn't apply. I think all multi-dwelling structures shall be required to construct a parking lot in accordance with the Land Development Code. If it looked to me like they had planned sufficient or appropriate parking, if this did go through, then that would sort of change. You would have to identify the parking in a different way. Am I wrong?
We would look at that site plan and make sure that it meets parking lot requirements for a multi-dwelling structure parking lot.
Any other questions?
I have one. In this particular area, I just want to know how often this is an occurrence, having the plat line go through the structure itself.
It actually happens quite a bit. The development pattern didn't follow necessarily the platted lots for the neighborhood. This lot is unique in the size of the lot, that if you divide the lot in that north-south direction instead of east-west division, then you do have the amount of square footage that would be required for a duplex. So this type of situation doesn't really exist anywhere other than this. It's not typical for the neighborhood to have this configuration.
Gotcha.
Any other questions? I've got one. Forgot what it was. Hang on a second. Sorry about that. Any other questions? I'll think of it here. If not, let's go to public comment for right now. I might catch you here in a minute.
Does Paul go first?
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul, I'm sorry. That's right. I need to talk to Paul. Sorry about that.
You're okay.
Still trying to think of my question. That's why.
Me too. Paul Werner Architects. Thank you for hearing this item. So there are, I think we would call them, competing documents in the city, and we try to meld them as well as we can. These are guidelines. They're roughly 8 years old. I would think it's fair to say that a lot of things have happened in the last 8 years. One of the biggest topics that you guys get to talk about every day is the lack of lots, and our favorite word of infill. I'm glad you asked that, Mr. Commissioner, that this is the only lot of its kind in this district that I can find. Yes, there may be other lots that the property line goes through the building, but not that there's this much land there. We're actually only 320 square feet of being able to build 4 units on this property. So the HRC, different members look at it very narrowly. Some have a broader scope, which is why I think the vote was 4-3. If it had been 4-3 the other way, we wouldn't be here right now. I also think, to be fair to some of the HRC members, they deal a lot more on the architecture side and like the duplex, for instance, versus the Land Development Code, and think they got off path a little bit when one of the commissioners even asked, how can we allow a duplex if it's not allowed? And Lynn did a great job of trying to get her over the hump that it is zoned for duplexes. The entire neighborhood is. It just happens that most of the property over there isn't big enough for duplexes. There are a lot of duplexes over there, but just like in this instance, the property we're generating by moving the lot line, which has to be one way or the other, has enough land for a legal duplex. Since it's already been brought up, parking, the property's big enough. We are parking all of the cars for the duplex and the single-family home without double stacking them, which is not allowed in the Oriad neighborhood. So on one hand, I think that shows how big this property is. I'm hoping you visited it. We're parking 10 cars and 2 structures. So then talk about the structure. I think the owner should be given a little bit more credit for actually saving the stone house. If we're only going to wind up with two structures, it certainly would have been a whole lot easier to make the stone house go away. But he didn't want to do that, and going through a major renovation. Where I do struggle a little bit is the idea that we could add on to the stone house, make it a duplex, move the lot line, and then have a single-family home. So by my math, that's still 3 units. So if it's 3 units are allowed, I'm really struggling with why. I think we made the better choice, leave the stone house, historic structure essentially, and build a duplex next to it. It's still 3 units, it's the same density, we haven't increased the density, and I think that's a better move. That's how we planned it. Again, this is the only lot in District 1 that has all of these conditions that I could find. There are several duplexes in the area. The land is already there. We didn't go snatch some land from the neighboring property or anything like that. This is the 2 lots that Lynn already showed you in the exhibit. That's the amount of land that's already there. I like to think the duplex with a couple suggestions are fine, but as you go through the report, I think there's 6 or 7 pages of good comments showing that the duplex actually does meet the ORIA design guidelines. So putting that all together, I think this really is about infill. We got KU's got a monster project going across the street from us, a conference center, a hotel. Who knows what they're doing with the football stadium? None of that could have been foreseen in the guidelines when they were written 8 years ago. I mean, if 3 units are okay, we think this is the better 3 units. It's an awesome site for an infill, and it's a great site for a duplex on a really large lot. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Paul?
Just so I'm correct, as it's currently constituted, you could add more living space to the 1938 building and have the single-family home and still come up with 3? So
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I remember my question was about zoning, and you brought that up. So it's zoned RM 10 or 12?
RM 12D.
12D, okay, so it is already zoned, we don't have to worry about that. And
You're correct.
where it kind of splits off is on the ORIA guidelines.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you, Paul.
I will be back.
Yes.
Thank you.
We will open it up for public comment.
My name is Candace Davis. I live in the Oread neighborhood. Firstly, I do want to say this seems of modest concern compared to what you've just done with Ordinance 9999. So anyway, which I'm totally impressed that you voted totally in favor of that. But I am here representing my neighborhood. I've lived in the Oread neighborhood for over 25 years, and I have worked the entire time to try and balance it and stabilize this neighborhood. We have an Oread neighborhood plan that we use. While Mr. Warner admits that it is zoned for duplexes, it's a low-density area, and it's the lowest density that happens to be in the Oread neighborhood. There are other areas, too, that are of higher density, and we worked with the landlords, other people in the neighborhood, or that were property owners in the neighborhood, to make sure that this plan was agreeable to everyone. So I am, as a homeowner, a resident living in the neighborhood, looking to have all people living there, including renters, have a degree of stability and comfort in this neighborhood and continue to make this a desirable place to be living. I also want to show you, we have an overlay district. We spent years working on the neighborhood. We extended the historic district of the neighborhood, so we do have a historic district that's on the local, state, and I believe it's national registry. And then we worked for an overlay district that would help protect the neighborhood. And I do want you to understand our Oread neighborhood is a treasure because we are one of the last larger neighborhoods that has historic homes in it and bungalows. and I would say affordable housing. So we have already designated high-density areas, like the HERE project that went in. And there's some other ones, too, that even Mr. Warner has worked on with Thomas Fritzl that happens to be very high-density. So this is an example of the guidelines that were with the overlay district. And I want to tell you, there are over 115 pages here. And Mr. Warner is pictured in here. He was a part of our coming together, discussion, deciding what the neighborhood needed. So we didn't just do this alone. We did this with landlords, developers, and neighborhood people who lived in the area.
Time.
Thank you, Candace.
Okay.
Other public comment on this item?
Good evening, Marcy Francisco. I live at 1101 Ohio, but I lived for more than 10 years at 946 Ohio, another property in the Oread neighborhood that was subdivided, like this proposal, into 2 lots that ran north to south. So it was a larger structure built originally on 2 lots. I note that the report states, while the parking is accessed off the alley, it will be shared with the property to the east. I'm arguing that these lots, if they're subdivided, should be considered separately. My husband and I were able to work with the neighbors who were adjacent to the alley to access that alley for our parking. However, this situation caused a great deal of consternation and legal battles for the new owners who followed us. While the single-family property has been rental, I think it would be important to allow for individual ownership of that property in the future, and the shared parking could make that more difficult. The reliance on shared parking is a reason not to allow the higher intensity use, but rather talk about 2 single families. So it would be interesting to know if they had the other proposal for the 3 units, could they accommodate the parking on each of those lots? The report also states that if the lot division is approved for construction of duplex, the existing structure will no longer have its primary facade facing the street. The duplex would also not have its primary facade facing Main Street. So it's a good idea to change those directions for the doors. But in addition to the shared parking, the proposed south elevation makes it look like there's a shared porch between the 2 halves of the duplex. And it's awkward to have the 2 entry doors share the same entry space. I was contacted today by a longtime resident of the Oread neighborhood who lives in District 1. She was concerned about the proposal that was not consistent with the plan for the neighborhood and asked what she could do. I suggested that although the deadline had passed, this was afternoon, that she might send you individual emails, and I hope she did that. I'm here because I support the staff recommendation to make the finding that the proposed subdivision does not meet the intent of the Oread neighborhood guidelines. Those were, as stated before, adopted with a great deal of input from the neighborhood. And until the city makes changes to the land development code, I think we should follow the code and those guidelines as they exist now. Be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Might have some here in a minute, Marcy. Might have some questions here. In a minute. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers, and I think I support this. If my understanding is it's increasing density, like, isn't that part of what we want? I mean, aren't some of you, well, one of my answers, again, for fixing the housing crisis we're kind of having is to build more houses on lots, like having a duplex instead of one house. That's 2 families living in one. on one lot, but I mean, I'm not quite sure what all this does. But, and here's something else I wanted to bring up. We talk about the Historic Resources Commission looking at this. Did any kind of housing commission or housing board look at this? Like, did the Historic Resources Commission consider, like, did they evaluate the benefit of adding more housing to the neighborhood? Or did they just consider the history aspect? Because I think housing's a lot more important than history around here. So, and also, if it sounded like there is parking provided, so I don't think there's going to be major parking problems. I think this is, I mean, it's just a small drop in a bucket, but increasing housing in neighborhoods is what we need to do. And I hope you all think about this, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other public comment on this item from the audience here?
Hi, I'm Jamie Joseph, and I saw the paper and saw that this came up for a vote today, and I guess I don't really understand the process. I thought I was going to go through planning and then here. I'm here not from the neighborhood. I'm here because I looked on the agenda packet and I saw one letter from the neighborhood, and I felt maybe people are busy in their lives and nobody's here to stand up for this community and the character of this neighborhood. And I feel like Lawrence is a special place, and we need to allow for people to live in their neighborhoods and be who they are when they first got here 30 years ago, 20 years ago. We don't need any more student housing. I think Mr. Fritzl has that covered in this town. We need the single-family homes. We need to sustain the single-family dwellings in that area. We don't need noise pollution, light pollution. People come to this city and they plant their roots from other places with the desire and their ideas of what they're buying and what's going to come in around them. And I feel like it's kind of the wild, wild west. We just need to, this whole infill, we need infill, but we're also asking for affordability, and building is expensive. I mean, the costs are sky high, and nobody is building for affordability. They're building for sheer profit. I mean, we're talking people coming in here and destroying a character of a neighborhood, the history, for profit. And that's what's going on within the city. Not a single thing has been affordable. And I'm just not happy to see that happen to these folks. And I just hope that you consider that and go ahead and continue to support the historic society, the association, and keep them at single family. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment on this item? Any on Zoom? Do we have anybody on Zoom?
No, we don't. Nope, there's none on Zoom, Mayor.
Nobody? Okay. Bring it back to the commission for discussion. Any thoughts? Any other questions, maybe?
I did maybe for Lynn. Sorry, dear, what? Okay. The applicant said there are several duplexes in the area, but it's also been stated that this is the lower density area of the district. Can you help me?
Right.
Understand what's going on there?
There are other duplexes in the area. Most of those were constructed before the Oriad Neighborhood Design Guidelines went into play. One of the concerns of the neighborhood at the time we were doing the design guidelines is that developers were putting together parcels to have enough square footage to create a duplex. Other developers were seeking variances from the Board of Zoning Appeals for the amount of square footage that they would need to create a duplex. So while the underlying zoning would allow for the duplex use, the overlay district is supposed to be on top of that and look at the design guidelines for the overlay district on top of the zoning.
Got that?
Yeah, thank you.
Any other or comments or questions?
Well, I guess like Lynn was just talking about, I think that, the big concern of the guidelines here was that, which was putting parcels together to create duplexes. I mean, the policy, goes into great detail about saying, well, what we don't want to do is, take houses down, combine those houses, and then create duplexes out of it. And that, I think, is what was trying to be accomplished here, was we don't want to destroy the houses as they exist. We want to keep those houses. And even though this is a duplex zone, District 1 is a duplex zone, you don't want to tear down those houses. If you take 3 lots, tear down 3 houses, and then create two duplexes, you get 4 units out of that. That's not what we want to accomplish. And, as that, this one line that we're focused on here is the last line of an entire page, which is page 90 of the ORIAD design guidelines. And as it talks about District 1, of course, there's 132 pages in the whole document. But, District 1 is a unique district within the ORIAD neighborhood. It's primarily zoned RM12D. The residential structures are spaced further apart and are generally more modest in scale, right? They want to protect the feel and character of that neighborhood. The intent of these specific guidelines is to retain the scale of the original detached dwellings in the neighborhood while allowing for the density permitted by the Land Development Code, which is the duplexes. And historically, lots within District 1 were drawn to encourage the construction of single-family residential structures along the streets. Lots presently platted and meeting the requirements for duplex development under the provisions of the code may maintain the ability to construct this type, period. Within District 1, lots should not be created or modified to accommodate the construction of duplexes or other high-density residential dwellings. So again, I read that whole paragraph to say, look, we don't want to put parcels together to allow duplexes. But here we have, basically an empty space, a large empty space, and we can keep the design of the neighborhood. We can, we have Lynn and staff saying it meets all the other guidelines, the design guidelines. It meets the character of the neighborhood, and it's unique within this entire district, which is it's this one lot. So, to me, I feel that it meets the design guidelines in a way that, with the 2 exceptions Lynn mentioned about meeting the design guidelines with the door and I think the paneling on the pillow. I think we meet the design guidelines, and I think we have the additional benefit of increasing density, which is something we support. And directly across, from the football stadium, I think it's a good place to have density. So I am going to support the appeal, and anyway, that's what, granting the appeal and overturning the Historic Resource Commission determination.
Yeah, I would second that. What got me, and part of my questions were that the plat line going through the home and the high occurrence of it, or the occurrence of it, if it's high or not, and seeing that it's not, I think it's more of a one-off on this, and that we have this opportunity to go ahead and create some density and take advantage of a lot that's in a neighborhood that it seems the owner is really committed to making it look like the rest of the neighborhood and conform to the neighborhood design guidelines. So I think that was one thing that pushed me over, was that that this was a unique circumstance. So I would go ahead and for all the reasons that Commissioner Finkeldye mentioned as well, I would go ahead and support the appeal and I guess say nay to the Historic Resources Commission finding.
Other thoughts?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I do have one quick question. I don't know that Lynn will be able to answer it. Maybe another planner could, but if this were an affordable housing project, could they use the density bonus on it and get twice as many units out of it?
I believe so, yes.
If you're going to cut me, come on up here so everybody can see and hear you.
Probably not your regular gig, but
It's not, but if they have a lot that has the square footage and the zoning would allow, they can do the density bonus if they're both slated as affordable housing.
and this is RM 12D, we said, so
Yes.
that could be, yeah,
12.
12. And probably 3 bedrooms each, or 2 bedrooms each, depending on the size. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
No, I was just going to add real quick to this. I'm glad that Commissioner Finkeldive lasered in on page 90. I lasered in on it as well, specifically the part that he read out with the intent of the specific guidelines is to retain the scale of the original detached dwellings in the neighborhood while allowing for density permitted by the Land Development Code. And I think for me, going back and looking at the report and knowing that there were some aspects of the design that met the guidelines and other pieces where there was disagreement, for me, it goes back to 2 things. One, the guidelines of the overlay as it relates to the Land Development Code and the intent of the project. And so looking at the lot sizes, that's very much laid out in this guideline, and lasering and just looking at that particular section, again, it kind of goes back to my conversation around laws, regs, and policies. I think what we have in front of us is something that I would say, that I haven't said very much, is smart infill. To Commissioner Shipley's point, this could be something way more than maybe what the neighborhood intended. But I think you have something here where you have a project that wants to meet the aesthetics, the character of the neighborhood, while also providing an opportunity for light density in a way that doesn't take away from the character. And in driving through, and I'm honestly enough, the stone house is actually, I had a friend when I was a student at KU who lived in one of those units. But just looking at the character of houses around, you know, to the point, these are very obtruse lots. And so to have a project that meets design and also is able to do something in a way that doesn't create more density, but creates it in a way that's smart, that is addressing an aspect of what we're trying to accomplish, I don't think you could ask for a better case study. People might argue with me on that, but this is something that I see as smart infill that takes into account aspects of a guideline, multiple aspects of a guideline in relationship to the development code, in relationship to what a community is being asked to do, and it checks a lot of boxes for me, so I appreciate that.
You know, I appreciate the commentary by Commissioner Finkeldive. I think that was really important to point out. I did have a question about the parking, the split parking. If something happens that one of those properties sells so they don't have enough parking to address the duplex, is that an issue, Lynn? Or
We do shared parking agreements now. They get filed at the Register of Deeds that explains, whose spaces are who, and that they can't, do anything to that access point. So it's essentially an access easement between the two properties. So as, Marcy's comments earlier about what happened, I'd probably tell you 10 years ago or even, maybe a little sooner, we're way better about what, the city requires for us to have those shared parking agreements.
okay. And that's filed with the deed?
Pardon me?
That is filed with the deed?
It is filed with the Register of Deeds.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think that the comments that were set up here, and along with the fact that we've had Plan 2040, that has been passed since then, which really emphasizes infill. as well as the housing situation we have right now. And whether this will be affordable housing, I don't think it will be, but that doesn't mean we don't need housing. And so I'm going to support this.
Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate that. And yeah, Commissioner Finkel, I appreciate your zooming out on that a little bit. I don't love that this feels like the neighborhood guidelines are in conflict with Plan 2040, but it does seem to feel that way. My other kind of concern about neighborhood guidelines going forward, for example, East Lawrence is trying to work on theirs now, and when they talk, they speak very clearly about the guidelines being an extra layer of protection for their neighborhood and relying on that authority. It would hurt me to do something that would, give this neighborhood or any neighborhood the idea that their guidelines don't matter if they don't conform with Plan 2040. That being said, we do talk about infill all day. We do talk about density all day. We are getting down to the lots that are unique or that have dodgy setbacks or what's the word I'm looking for here? Whimsical setbacks. That, and of course I've watched this for years, even on BZA, that make it difficult or impossible to have any decent building envelope on some of the lots that are left. And I do acknowledge that. And I also do love that they're saving the stone house. They evidently don't have to. We haven't heard any explanation of the history of the house. I presume there is one. Although Commissioner Sellers has shared some history of the house. So I do appreciate that. It is indeed with a heavy heart that I will agree with the other commissioners that this is probably the lowest density possibility. I appreciate the recommendations of Lynn to strengthen the look and appearance within the neighborhood. But I feel unable to not accept the possibility of more units, indeed, even though I know they will not be affordable.
Okay?
I'd be willing to make a motion.
Yep.
And I'd look to Lynn and Tony or someone to make sure I make a good motion, but I'll try one. I move that we grant the appeal of the Historic Resources Commission determination for DR 230193 and find that the project does meet the intent of the Oriat Neighborhood Design Guidelines for District 1 for the Oriat Neighborhood Design Overlay District with the move of the front of the door and the material on the pillar. I'm looking.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I would approve that application, and then it'd be good to go. Approve the design review application, because you basically are stepping in the shoes of the HRC, and so you're reviewing this on the first step. So the motion should be to approve the application with those amendments. Otherwise, it was perfect.
I'll take it, including the application.
Is that good? Is that good enough, Sherry, for what we're trying to accomplish?
Yes.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a first and second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? It passes 5-0. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 3, which is to receive the update from the Community Police Oversight Work Group.
Commissioners, this is Casey Toomey, Assistant City Manager. I'm going to turn this presentation over to Jonathan Morris, who is the facilitator that we have contracted.
Let's let these folks get out of the room here before you start, John. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the Community Police Oversight Work Group. My name is Jonathan Morris. I'm an independent consultant that has contracted with the city through a competitive bid process to provide professional facilitation services in support of the Community Police Oversight Work Group. For the update this evening, I wanted to provide an overview of the process, to explain the work and the role that I have, to share updates on what the members have accomplished so far, and to walk you through the meetings that we've had, and talk a little bit about our lead-up work to the recommendations that the work group members will be presenting to you, and then answer any questions that you have about our process moving forward. So I appreciate the opportunity to update you here. So the work group, as you're all familiar with, the City Commission established a project charter in, I believe, June of 2022 to establish a Community Police Oversight Work Group that was revisited through a Commission resolution in April of this year to clarify and further define the work group scope of work and the membership on that. This idea in part was generated from the comprehensive study that the city commissioned with the Citygate consulting firm in 2021 that produced a whole set of recommendations to the police department and to the commission, one of which included addressing concerns related to the Community Police Review Board and some related work around that. And one of those recommendations was specifically the need for a task force or a work group to study the issues around the CPRB, and a number of recommendations related to that. So the work group that I'm here as a facilitator in support of is a task force. It's a time-limited engagement. It's distinct from the Community Police Review Board itself. So we have our own charter. One of the main distinctions is the CPRB is structured through ordinance to field or refer complaints that might come from the community. The work group is not tasked with addressing complaints or that referral, but rather studying that process and ultimately making recommendations to improve upon that process. And then I'll speak to some of the other responsibilities that we have. So, but we're time limited, so we've got a narrow window to produce some really important work. As you indicated in the charter, this is a heavy lift. This is important work. And for those of us who've lived in the community for years, we also know that the CPRB has presented its own set of challenges, and part of the work group is to explore what all those challenges are and what that information does to inform recommendations coming forward to make relative improvements. The work group membership is comprised of 12 members, 5 community representatives who have come through the Commission's approval and appointment to serve on the work group. Part of the work that I've done is to interview each person as they came on, as you presented names to me. I've said all along, my role is give me 12 people and let me do my thing in terms of facilitating that process. I can assure you that the community representatives, I don't know what your criteria was for screening or how you made those decisions, but they are engaged, they have strong ideas, and it's been a real pleasure to get to know their interests and their commitment to the work at hand. And this work group starts with the name community, so we're very cognizant that the 5 individuals coming from the community as representatives have a really critical voice in this process. And so I appreciate that opportunity to work with them through that. As the Commission identified in the original charter, there are 3 members who also serve on the CPRB. So they wear 2 hats. When they're in the work group, they're specifically working on work group functions. And subsequent action on the part of the commission suspended the meetings of the CPRB until we conclude our work as a work group. And so those 3 individuals are navigating that accordingly. They're each relatively new to the CPRB in and of itself. As part of the interview process, I had the opportunity to interview 4 members or prior members of the CPRB who have spent many, many, many hours wrestling with these issues, providing a public service, and have important insights on any work that might come out of this work group. And so I was pleased to also see that former members of CPRB have also been very engaged in our community conversation, which I'll speak to here shortly. The other constituency, if you will, within the 12-member work group is 4 officers from the police department, 2 of which represent the command staff, and that includes the police chief and deputy chief, and then 2 officers from the LPOA, Lawrence Police Officers Association. And as I understand it, those names were all presented initially through the department, and then in the resolution in April, the membership roster was updated and approved going forward. One of the challenges for when we first launched the work group was turnover on the CPRB, impacting the ability of the work group to launch. And so I'm anticipating that in the work group recommendations, we're not even at the drafting point yet. They're still just gathering information and doing research, that they'll likely want to weigh in on questions related to CPRB membership, and perhaps offering up whatever kinds of recommendations might support the efforts of any person in the community who's volunteering in a capacity so that they can be successful, their time is well spent, they're supported in that work, and they can be effective in the mission that they have before them in service to the city. The project charter spelled out that the work group would meet for approximately 8 meetings. In my proposal, I suggested six work sessions and 2 community conversations, which I'll expand on shortly. And then the last piece of this is that the charter spelled out that we would look to the International Association of Public Participation, or IAP2, as a model for how we do the public engagement component, and specifically the consulting phase, which means that all of our work is informed by public inputs, and that we be thoughtful and strategic about that. The actual work product is the product of the work group members. And so ultimately their charge, the 12 of them, is to produce recommendations that the community should be able to see their work reflected in the deliberation that went into the production of those. So the work sessions and community conversations, they're all public meetings. We've had these dates here: May 22nd, June 5th, June 26th, and then last night, July 17th are the work sessions we've already had. We have August 14th, 21st, and 28th on the calendar, and we invite the public to attend those. They're being hosted by the Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical at Fire Station number 5. We appreciate their hosting that. The meetings are Mondays from 6 to 8 p.m. The 2 community conversations have been held at the Carnegie Building. We had our first last week. It was very well attended, and I'll give you a quick synopsis of that. The next is July 31st, and we encourage you to encourage friends, neighbors, colleagues to attend that. We've had very robust discussion, and we need more people to be part of these discussions. The work group tasks at hand. So ultimately the work group is tasked with producing a set of recommendations for your consideration. And the heavy lift, or the initial heavy lift, all centers around the complaint process. So what recommendations will the work group put forward to improve the current complaint process, to adjust as accordingly, recommendations related to communications around that. And so the process for gathering inputs for that, in our initial work sessions, we asked the work group members to weigh in on what questions do you have, what kind of data needs do you have relative to the current complaint process. And we're also pulling in additional resources to determine what will improve that process and what will be useful for the members' deliberation as they begin to map out recommendations. At Community Conversation number 1 last week, we asked a question specifically of the public of what would help give you greater confidence in the complaint process itself. And so we are in the process of compiling that data, but got a whole number of insights, everything from I have no idea what the process is, to I find it very frustrating, to I need to know more, what's the purpose. We're in the process of theming all of that. I also just want to point out that prior to our engagements, we had a number of people who have very actively followed the complaint process, have either submitted complaints or have tracked that, and have had very strong and informed opinions about what works in the process and what doesn't work. And so part of the challenge of this kind of work is input data comes from different places, and we need to find that we're incorporating all of that however it arrives. So if it comes up in a work session, if it comes up in community conversation, if it's part of public comment, if it's part of emails sent to work group members, that we're honoring the inputs that we're receiving and using that to inform the recommendations as they move forward. We, in the charters, we're tasked with doing a mapping exercise of the complaint process itself. And so the police department has prepared a presentation that we will be receiving. We initially had it on our agenda for our work session last evening. We weren't able to do that, so we're going to have that on August 14th. And so and that will be both a presentation of the current system, but primarily discussion-driven Q&A with the work group members to say, how does the process work? Why is it done this way? Have you considered that? And a back and forth to be to flesh out their understanding so that they can provide informed recommendations. We'll have a community conversation number 2 on July 31st, where we'll explore some related themes. Ultimately, the work group will produce draft recommendations and deliberate as a work group. And then the task is ultimately for the 12 to present a set of recommendations to you for your consideration. We've not got into this yet. What I'm anticipating is that in their work, they will likely be looking at both pros and cons, different choices, different approaches, and the arguments specific to each. And as a framing tool, I've offered up to the work group to consider that there's a lot of complexity to this work, there's a lot of strong feelings about this work, and there's many different ways to approach this. And that some of our work will probably center around coming up with recommendations that are low-hanging fruit, that we can get to quick consensus around, and that would be part of what's presented to you. Then there's maybe that middle bucket of things that's going to take some work, some discussion to sort out what the final recommendations will be, but we'll get there. And then there might be a third bucket where there's considerable more discussion. We're further apart within the work group on the issues, and we'll see what that final form looks like. I don't know. The other set of responsibilities or tasks specific to the work group center around recommendations specific to the CPRB, and then this broader question of oversight, advisory, and review. And so we have had a number of conversations initially about what kinds of information do you need, Where do you see differences between oversight and advisory? And so that's going to be explored in a very intentional way in our next couple of work sessions. And we also asked a couple of questions at our community conversation last week around accountability. So what does accountability mean when you ask the public in the context of this work? What does public trust mean, and what does oversight mean to you? And so we got a whole range of responses to that. But the idea is that we need to understand as a work group what's important to the community when you begin to talk about the function or purpose of the CPRB and oversight, and how is that then reflected in the recommendations that are presented. The upcoming work sessions will also include reviewing resources of either best practices, resources from the National Association of Community Oversight of Law Enforcement, and some related entities that are active in this space that produce recommendations or reports on both what other communities have done or frameworks to think about the work at hand. And there's been a considerable amount of work on the part of the CPRB in the past related to that will also be informing these discussions. And then the work group will have very active work between now and then, reviewing community conversation notes and inputs, and then reviewing the relevant resources and documents that I'll speak to here very shortly, before in August they do the really heavy deliberation as a group around draft recommendations. Our work is housed within the community engagement portal on the city's website. This is a great tool to be able to track the many different projects that the city's engaged in the community with. We have our own, what do you call it, tab or button, and I noticed that it was just put on the very front as you land on the city's website, so I appreciate that. This has all the agendas for each of our work sessions and community conversations. This is where video recordings of all of our meetings are located, and then also discussion notes. So at the end of each meeting, part of my role is to put together the discussion notes and then reflect that back to the group. And so those are being updated as we go along. The meeting dates and locations are on there. Key documents, this is our placeholder for all the documents that the work group members are reviewing to inform their deliberations. So and so all those are present. So anything that the work group is reading and touching, the public can access as well through the portal. And the resource documents, if members are suggesting documents that they think the rest of the work group should also be looking at, this is housed there. I've also received a number of comments from either through the feedback comment button on the portal, or through direct emails, or through communication with work group members, that the community is very engaged or interested in what resources we're looking at or wanting to get resources in front of us. And so we also wanted to find some way to house that and make use of that as needed. In terms of the community conversation, so this is just kind of hot off the presses, quick update. So last Monday we had community conversation number 1 at the Carnegie Building. We had approximately 30 to 40 community members who participated in small group discussions for the community conversations. We had 11 of the 12 work group members, and then we had a number of city staff who were there to observe or provide support related to the facilities. So I was very pleased with the turnout, just in terms of the design of this. So my role as facilitator is to facilitate sessions, but also to share my expertise and experience in community engagement scenarios in designing the agenda, designing the engagement, the physical space, all that goes into making a high-energy, robust engagement with the community. One of the decisions as part of that is how do we actually collect the inputs from the community members. And so we used a method where I worked for many years in New York City in homelessness and mental health and facilitated dozens and dozens of conversations with folks who communicated their ideas in many different ways. And so I'm a very active practitioner when you do community engagement to honor people's words, use the language that they bring to the conversation, and to minimize the potential bias of when comments are shared and then filtered through a facilitator who's writing the notes that are often, even unbeknownst to the people in the moment, might be skewed in a certain way or having an impact on how people engage in further discussion. So for this engagement, we used a technique where each person was posed the same question in small tables and then asked to write their ideas in their words on a Post-it note. And then those Post-its were shared at the table, and then each person was asked to share what they wrote and to expand upon that. It guarantees that every person who shows up will have their input heard and that it will originate in their words and captured accordingly. So we did a process like that. We have collected over 300 plus unique comments from the community members who are participating. And so right now I'm in the process of translating all of that into raw notes, which will be made available to the public through the portal. And the work group is taking those raw notes then and will begin to do theming around what pops out to them in terms of what did it answer for you and what questions does it spark that you want us to follow up on. And ultimately with the goal of how will it inform your thinking and deliberations as you begin to draft recommendations. In support of that work, I'll also do my own version of theming. And I do a number of these kinds of engagement in community settings. Sometimes we're able to do real-time theming to reflect back to the community what's been generated literally during that meeting. In this case, we'll be theming and then reporting back at community conversation number 2 what we learned in the July 10th engagement. So people can see their work reflected in there. And I'm going to give you some highlights here next of what we've captured so far. So each engagement was based on a specific question. So we did a quick warm-up at just asking people what they love about Lawrence, and that was always fun to kind of hear what people shared. I'm very intentional about engaging everybody who walks in the door and setting a tone where people feel comfortable, included, and are prepared to engage. So the warm-up question helps set that tone. The first formal question that we posed to the group is, why is this event important to you, and why did you come here today? So we want to get a sense of the many different reasons why people are there. I had a lot of people say, I'm not coming, and I'm not coming because of this, that, and the other. Or said, I don't know that I can trust the process, and so I'm going to wait and see how this first one goes. Or I don't feel comfortable sharing any comments with police officers in the room, and I'm happy to give feedback in another way, but I won't be there accordingly. So part of my work is to also capture all of that kind of input that we wouldn't see reflected in the community conversation, but is important for other reasons, for context, as the work group generates their recommendations. Specific to this first question, I'm just going to read a few of these. We received at least 30 responses specific to this question, and I'm just pulling these just for a reference. These are direct quotes of what people wrote. To observe, to see if this room represents Lawrence, and to listen. Everyone's experience is different. We see things through different lenses. To find out why it has been so difficult to establish an independent police review board. Become increasingly aware that all residents are not treated the same by the police and justice system. Trans protection from SB 180. Want to see something come from this here because I am hopeful. Safety in the community, respect between police and the community can be a positive thing. I am almost completely ignorant on what oversight exists, transparency of the process. To see the community engage and hoping to share ideas with the work group members. I'll share with you a couple of things that are interesting when you hear why people engage and why they participate and not. And this whole theme around community members' willingness, comfort level, trust in process around dialogue directly with the police department is a really interesting theme to come out of this. And even in our work group, we've had the discussions around if you're wanting to make progress on these difficult issues, and as the commission spelled out in the charter, it's by intention that there's community, CPRB, and police officers serving on the work group together. Whether or not individual community members are comfortable with that or at that point yet is part of the process. And so I think our work group's has done a good job just in our work sessions of exploring those issues together. The other questions I'm just going to highlight just so you get a sense of what you'll be seeing in terms of raw notes. These are the other questions that were posed. What is important to you about community police relations in Lawrence that you want to make sure the work group understands? So asking a broad question about importance. Number Q3, if you needed to make a complaint about the police, what would give you greater confidence in the complaint process and how it is handled? So we got a ton of great input related to that will be really important for the work group as they deliberate and begin to draft recommendations. And then I also just want to offer up a couple of examples just around this question that was a little more broad, but looked at this interplay of what is important to you about accountability, public trust, and oversight of the police in Lawrence that you want the work group to understand. So some people just like put it out there. If the police screw up, own it, admit it, solve it. That's what they want to see. So they're not necessarily involved in the specifics of the process, but that's ultimately what they want to see come out of anything that might be represented as oversight. That the public trust is directly related to the police being accountable for their actions, and that their process in place to review, oversee problems and complaints. So this question got us a lot of comments that kind of spoke to the broad issues that are important to people when we think, what are we trying to accomplish through a complaint review process? What are we trying to accomplish through something like the CPRB? The last question, what else did you want to share today with the work group that you have not already mentioned? So one of the critiques was, if you ask these specific questions, is there a concern or a risk that people show up and they really want to talk about something else and they don't have the time or space or opportunity to do that? So our work group members recommended that we include this question that's kind of a catch-all that got all kinds of great feedback. And so I really appreciate that, including that. And then the last question that we asked at the end that I also want to show some highlights for is we posed the question at the end, what gives you hope for this work going forward? So this is heavy lift, this is difficult work. Lawrence is totally capable of doing this, and so what will sustain us through this? And these were some of the responses that we got. That people actually show up for a work group session like this, and that city leaders took the time to host this and organize the heavy lifting. That we have community members willing to show up to events like this and are willing to push the city for accountability. The room has a better representation of how our community looks like than any meetings I have attended over the past 5 years. There is hope. The attendance tonight seems high. Hopefully an engaged community with members of LPD and the public means we can change for the better. And hearing the responses and seeing other citizens engaged in the process. So this is difficult work. We clearly have our most difficult work ahead, and that's not at all by accident that we've approached it in this way. But I share this because there is investment. We had people show up. They're wanting and willing to tackle difficult issues, and our work group members are fully mobilized to do just that. And so in my role, it's to continue to provide a good facilitation process, to make adjustments, to do our own process improvement. But we have a really heavy lift over the next several weeks to move this work forward. And so I want to honor what the community has contributed to this so far, to the many hours that the work group members have already put in, and to make sure that we're able to successfully set of recommendations that you can then deliberate on and take action on. So our next steps are community conversation number 2 on July 31st, which I ask you on behalf of the work group members to please help promote. That we'll have work sessions the 14th, 21st, and 28th of August. That the members are actively reviewing resources and will begin to discuss their priorities and options. And then we will be looking to them to produce draft recommendations and then presenting this for your consideration in a few weeks or whenever that is. So thank you for the opportunity to provide an update and share this important work. Appreciate the opportunity to work with everyone on the work group and the community on behalf of this. And as somebody who lives in Lawrence, I've got a personal interest in it as well because this is my community as well. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any questions? No questions. I have the presentation that you have on the screen here. It doesn't seem to be the same one that's in our package. Can we make sure that gets in our package?
Yes, Mayor. The 4 slides that had some of the community conversation notes are things that we just added today. So we're going to put that in the community engagement portal, and so that'll be up in the morning.
Okay, I would like to see it in this package, though.
Okay.
Okay. If you could. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So no questions right now for John? Maybe in a bit? Okay, thank you. Yep.
Jonathan,
Yes.
so the questions that were asked at the community conversation, is there opportunity for folks who were not able to make it to answer those questions, and maybe they are categorized as in-person versus non-in-person comments? I don't know.
Yes. Thank you for asking that. I forgot to reference that earlier. So the request came from within the work group and from the public that if people either couldn't attend the community conversations or chose not to attend, could they also contribute their inputs in the process? So absolutely. So what we did was we created a questionnaire through SurveyMonkey that people can go on to, and it's the exact same questions that were posed at the in-person event. And the city put together a flyer promoting this with a QR code, and the QR code takes you to that questionnaire. So it's the exact same questions. So Commissioner Sellers, to your other question of essentially what do we do with that data? So I'm in the process of pulling that down now. I just checked during your earlier work on the agenda. I checked and we had 20 responses thus far on the questionnaire. And because that is arriving in a different context than the small group discussions, we'll keep that separate, but it's part of the dialogue and part of what everyone will get to see through the discussion notes, and will help inform the deliberations and the work group members.
And there's no character limitations on those surveys?
So because there is a 500 character limit on the way they're set up currently. And that was a setting that I put on there, and my rationale for doing that was because in the in-person setting, we're asking people to engage in real-time discussion, writing their thoughts on Post-its and flip chart pages. And for the questionnaire engagement, we know that for people who have studied this, spent considerable hours and hours and hours, and have a lot to share, but in order to kind of find some way to kind of align that, or some parity, if you will, I set a limit on that, and that will be part of our discussion if we need to revisit that. That's easy to do. And then the other thing I'll point out is that we used one QR code so that we can also revisit this same link to update with community conversation number 2 questions. And so if anyone, we'll keep this active through the end of July and into the early part of August, so that if people haven't contributed in any of that, they'll be able to answer both sets of questions through the same link.
Any other questions?
Do we have the survey in Spanish?
We do not. We do not. That's a great question. I am happy to help make that happen, but we currently do not have it in Spanish. And also, one of my questions, and we didn't make any specific arrangements for this, but I work with a number of bilingual facilitators as well, is do we also need to be able to staff our community conversation in a way that can accommodate our Spanish-speaking neighbors as well. So
That's a good point. Any other questions before we go to public comment? Thank you, John.
okay.
Might stick around for questions, just in case we have any. Thank you. Public comment on this item?
Before we start the time, if you could have Jonathan clarify, you said 500-word minute limit. In the meeting last night, you said it was 100 words.
Excuse me. Please talk to the commission, and we can ask John. Okay.
Maybe you can ask Jonathan to clarify, because in the meeting
Yes.
last night, it said 100-word minute limit, and just now he said 500.
Okay.
So a lot more is happening in that board than what you're being told. And I came in here last week and told you that you have a biased member on that board, and that was even brought up by a board member during that meeting. You see, that meeting didn't get posted until about 2 hours before you guys started tonight. Very tough time trying to keep up with everything when things don't get posted properly. It's been waiting to get posted since 1755 last night. So when I listened to that, it took me a little bit of effort to get through it before this part of the meeting came up. But you know, one of your board members has a problem with biased members on the board, and it seems that he might have problems with the LPD just status quo excusing it. And I'm really concerned that he's going to get thrown off that board now, because he's expressed a concern. And that's what you guys have done to every person that has expressed a concern. Chief Lockhart sat in that meeting last night and told them that it's all my fault. It's all my fault. Everything is my fault. You guys, the board meetings that I've gone to, it's been their own words. It's been your chief's own words saying that threats to gain compliance are common practice. It's been your chief's own words saying that he assumed what I knew and didn't talk to the complainant. It was your chief's own words saying that there was no case file for a bias complaint. Your chief's own words. Your chief last night told those members in that meeting, and he knows that this is not true. He has to know it's not true, because there's no way anybody knows it's not true. He told those members that Brad Williams was fired. He wasn't. That he was fired. LPD did their great job. This is Lieutenant Unruh at the C-Post hearing. Michelle Meyer asked him a question.
After you spoke with Mr. Williams the second time, what was kind of the next step just in your investigative process?
So I think it was a couple of days, a day, maybe a day after, maybe 2 days after Officer Williams resigned from the department.
Everybody hear that?
It was a day or two after that Officer Williams resigned from the department. But I'm just a saboteur, according to one of your board members. You've got the one person right here, right now, that has the most experience of anybody in this town with the police complaint process. But you refuse to ask me a single fucking question. Good job. And that stuff about the mayor talking earlier about how we want to protect the individual as much as the many, that's not the case. You have officers that want to arrest me. They said it on their own fucking body cam, and you let it go. You let them stay on that board. That's your process.
Okay, any other public comment on this item?
Yeah, this is Chris Flowers, and I would just like to say I've been going to some of these meetings, and I went to the community conversation one, and at my table, we were asked about the review process, I guess, but everyone at my table wrote down on a Post-it that we want an outside group or agency reviewing the complaints and not the police. We don't want the police doing it themselves. And I think that was a pretty common theme at other tables also. So I'm just here to let y'all know that this is something, and it's like, when we wrote it down, we all kind of laughed because it's just common sense, but we haven't used common sense for years when it comes to the police review board. And I'm just here to let you know the community knows that what common sense is, and we know what we need for the complaint process. And so y'all better be voting on it, you know, at some point, that you better switch it so that someone other than the police are in charge of reviewing their complaints. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Any other public comment on this item? Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back up to the commission for discussion.
Jonathan, just for a point of information, you mentioned with the survey that there was a 500 character limit. What would that translate approximately into words?
Yeah, thank you. So it's set for a 500 character limit, so I believe that's usually about 60 to 100 words, something like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So that was the 100 words versus characters versus 500 characters.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that,
Okay.
yeah, so it's currently set to 500 characters.
Characters. Okay. Got it.
And if someone has feedback that's more lengthy than that, they have a couple of different ways of submitting that. So one would be through I believe the feedback button on the community portal will allow more text than that. And I defer to the city if that's not accurate, I don't know. But also just emailing directly members additional feedback.
So is somebody who's filling that out, are they made aware of those other options of being able to add more information to their
No,
answer?
but we could easily add that.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Any other discussion on this?
Jonathan, there was in your presentation you talked about theming and allowing participants to use their words to share in real time, and that you're kind of limiting how much translation is going on. And I'm glad that you highlighted that. I think oftentimes in government work and even in community dialogues, that facilitators who don't look like those who are participating often put their interpretation on one's thoughts and feedback instead of asking for clarity or asking for clarification, or to ensure that what they are saying or what they're hearing is actually what the participant is saying. So I do appreciate and I applaud you for pulling that out and making that a point of importance in this work, especially around this work. And I think it should be a standard practice and intentionality for everything that we do, that even if I'm facilitating something, my interpretation of someone else's words is not their words. And so instead of assuming, there needs to be, as another aspect of the community engagement, conscious and comfortable dialogue around saying, I think I hear this. Is this what I'm hearing? And we say it, and it sounds corny, but it literally will change the trajectory of work. So thank you for elevating that. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you for making that a practice in this work.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Well, thank you very much, John, for the work and the continued work, and I'm hoping to make some of those meetings
All
myself.
right, thank you. Yes,
Yep.
please get the word out for July 31st in our work sessions. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Thanks. Okay, on to our last item, which is consider notifying Douglas County of the intent of the governing body to propose a tax rate of 33.207 mils, which exceeds the revenue neutral rate as defined by state law for the 2024 budget, and schedule both the public hearing to exceed the revenue neutral rate and the 2024 budget hearing on Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023 at 5:45 p.m. in the City Commission Room. First floor of the City Hall for the purpose of hearing and answering objections of taxpayers related to exceeding the revenue neutral rate and the amount of ad valorem tax and the proposed use of all funds. Jeremy.
Good evening, Jeremy Wilmoth, Director of Finance. I don't think I have anything to add. I'm just kidding. It's kind of late. I appreciate everybody hanging in there. This is the next crucial step in the budget process. As outlined by state law, tonight we're requesting that you all notify Douglas County and by extension the voters of your intent to exceed the revenue neutral rate. So we're going to go into just a little bit of what that is under the state law so that everyone's aware of that. We also want to talk about a few changes that have occurred to the budget since last week. I'm trying to find my share button, sorry. There we go. And then we'll finish up the presentation with some next steps. So one of the, probably the biggest change to the budget from what we discussed last week, we really didn't have adequate time to really discuss the opioid addiction fund. Just for some background and possibly for those who may not know, in December of 2021, the city entered into a agreement with the Kansas Attorney General called the Kansas Fights Addiction Act. And in that agreement, we basically agreed to not pursue individually manufacturers of opioids and instead align ourselves with the State Attorney General's program. And when we did that, we also agreed that we would only utilize the dollars in that formula that the State Attorney General established and that the Kansas legislature passed. So in 2022, the city collected around $24,000 of opioid addiction recovery funds. In March of this year, we received $280,000, so a significant difference. Staff is recommending that we set aside $100,000 of that for purchase of Narcan in 2023. That would produce about 2,800 units based on the cost estimate that we currently have. And then the rest of that money would be set aside and appropriated in the 2024 budget so that we could have a larger community conversation around, what the community would like to see the long-term benefit of this fund be for, obviously in accordance with what we told the Attorney General that we would spend it on. So wanted to recognize a immediate need that we have in our community with the purchase of the Narcan. But then set aside the remaining dollars for a larger conversation later this fall. In addition to that, at the
conclusion of the budget presentation, we heard from the community and from the City Commission a desire to investigate adding 5 additional firefighter paramedic positions. While we're not making that recommendation tonight, what we did want to do is just inform you all of what that impact would be. So the estimated cost is $565,000 for those 5 positions. With the current funding agreement that we have with Douglas County for emergency medical services, the split would be $362,000 to the city and $203,000 to the county. We've provided a few options here. One, we could simply add this to the budget without reducing anything else. It would lower our fund balance. Unfortunately, it would also then provide a structural deficit that we worked really hard to get out of this year. Or we could look at reductions in the general fund in any of the other programmatic areas we discussed last week as sort of a shift, if you will, from one funding priority to another. But for purposes of tonight and the establishment of the revenue neutral rate, I guess the third option would be if the commission desired to increase taxes, we could certainly do that. However, we would have to do that tonight because the purposes of tonight is to establish that maximum authorized spending by fund and also establish the maximum authorized levy. As we discussed last week, we need to notify the county by July 20th of our intent to exceed the revenue neutral rate if that is your desire. And so the process tonight is essentially to get that authorization to notify Douglas County of our intent. That needs to be published in the paper. It also then gets published through the law. The county sends a notice out to each taxpayer, letting them know when the hearing will be. And so just for background information, for anyone who may not know what the revenue neutral rate is, the simple way to explain it would be to take last year's property tax revenue divided by this year's assessed valuation to get a mill levy that would be equivalent to last year with the new assessed valuation. Is that clear as mud, hopefully? The state defines it as the mill levy required to raise the same amount of property tax revenue as the prior year using the current year's assessed valuation. So our current year assessed valuation is $1.4 billion. The revenue neutral rate would be 30.711, and our current mill rate that we proposed in the budget is 33.2. So if we were to roll that back, I believe we had in our report last week that would be about $3.8 million. So just a look at the levy, comparing last year to this year, a few changes in between, but is essentially flat with what was established last year. As I mentioned before, we need to notify Douglas County before July 20th of our intent, if that is your intent. And then once that intent has been declared, then the date, the time, the location of the public hearing, all that will be in the public hearing notice that we have attached to the staff report tonight, as well as that proposed tax rate. Just a little bit more about the revenue neutral rate. It's known as the Truth in Taxation Law. The hearing is required to be held between August 20th and September 20th, which is why we chose August 22nd as a Tuesday night that falls within that timeline for us. The law does allow that the budget hearing, which we've always had, and the revenue neutral rate hearing, which we've only had the last few tax cycles, can be held simultaneously. So they'll both be held on that same night. And then the law allows that if you all vote to exceed the revenue neutral rate, the budget has to be certified by October 1st. If you elect not to exceed the revenue neutral rate, the timeline changes essentially to what it was before this law was enacted. And so lastly, for purposes of the presentation, we just want to show you what this looks like. We certainly don't believe that anybody's going to read it from this presentation, but these three attachments are also attached to the staff report so that you can look at them in their entirety. But this is the notification that will go into the paper. It's establishing the date, time, and location of the budget hearing and the revenue neutral rate hearing. It's showing what the proposed property taxes are, what the mill levy rate would be, and then it is establishing budget maximum authority for every fund that's required to be budgeted by Kansas law. Excuse me. The second sheet is the fund summary sheet. This is identical in every way to what we showed you last week, with the exception of operating expenses increased for the Narcan purchase and for setting aside the funds for the Kansas Fights Addiction Recovery Act for 2024. And then lastly, we find this sheet is helpful to explain what those differences are between the state budget form and the budget that you are authorizing for the city manager to utilize in 2024. And so, again, it's a lot easier to read on the full sheet, but basically on the state budget form, we're allocating the entire appropriation that we're asking for by fund plus fund balance for the number that we tell the state. And we do this primarily so that in the event we need to increase expenditures beyond what is currently anticipated in a fund, we don't have to go through that state process of a 10-day notice and basically redoing the entire budget hearing process. But for purposes of what is a staff constraint, if you will, it's just that operating expenditure column. And so the state budgeted funds are lumped together, and then all of the other funds that we are asking for an appropriation for but are not required to under state law. So these would be for just full transparency purposes. The total budget is at $471,553,854. Again, that's slightly higher than what it was last week due to the opioid fund. I believe that's everything I have. We just want to remind everyone that should you all choose to exceed the revenue neutral rate, that public hearing will be on August 22nd. Balancing Act is still open. It is still available on our website. We are still taking submissions, and we do intend to share those results with you all at that public hearing. So we've provided the link here, but you can also get to it through the city's website. And I believe with that, I will stand for any questions you may have.
All right. Thank you, Jeremy. Any questions for Jeremy? Any questions?
I might about the fire medical spending slide, but I don't know that that's Jeremy's thing. Is it? The estimated cost, the city and the county, I just wondered if included in that amount is whatever difference there is in overtime, reduction of overtime.
There wasn't, at the time that we put this slide together, we had not had that conversation with the fire department, so this would be the all-in cost, if you will.
Okay. Any other questions?
This is Fire Chief Rich Llewellyn. I'm available to answer that question if now would be an appropriate time.
Sure.
Yep, go ahead.
All right. We do anticipate that there would be a savings to overtime expenditures based on the addition of the 5 proposed positions. We created a best case scenario table that was forwarded this afternoon. I don't know if it reached the commission yet. That looked at the potential savings based on what we would call a best case scenario, in that every hour worked by these 5 employees would have offset overtime. And we anticipate that under that best case scenario situation, the offset would be about $383,000. I'm just rounding up slightly. And that would leave the remaining expenses for year 1 at $182,000. Year 1 is higher. Reflects the $565,000 that was in the presentation, based on both the cost of labor, but also the cost of outfitting these individuals with the uniforms and PPE that are necessary for them to do their job. That amount would decrease. The remaining expense we would expect to decrease in year 2 based on the lack of need to outfit them again
That's a initial cost, and then it's kind of amortized, if you will, over a 10-year period, roughly. I mentioned above that was a best case scenario, in that every hour would offset an hour of overtime. We did have 32 days in 2022 where there were 0 overtimes or overtime shifts necessary to fill our minimum staffing, and there were 42 days in which there was 1 overtime shift that was necessary to fill minimum staffing. So we anticipate that it's going to be less than the best case scenario savings, but we do have the data on the number of overtime shifts that we had worked last year and the number of folks that were required to work overtime, and they run from 0 overtimes at 32 days through 10 overtimes at two shifts. So it's a fairly wide range, but 74 of those days were 1 overtime shift or less.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? I have a question. So if that offsets the overtime, at least some of the overtime, can we reduce your overtime budget, that amount?
We believe that would be a reasonable approach, and we'll anticipate having that conversation with the executive team tomorrow based on our research into this. We don't have an exact figure because we're not going to know how many overtime shifts are required in 2024 and how much these additional 5 spots would reduce it. But we think that's a fair question. We think there is significant potential savings in overtime with the addition of these 5 positions.
Okay, thank you. Anything else before we go to public comment?
Real quick, in regards to, Jeremy, this is in regards to revenue neutral rate. And I know I asked this question of you December when we were putting together kind of legislative priorities. And one of the concerns that we talked about was just how revenue neutral rate doesn't account for, I'm doing it real quick on my on my emails to find it, but in regards to I said criteria limitations and the lack of exclusion for inflation, and you had spoke on consumer price index and then municipal cost index, and I didn't know if you could just kind of share that conversation. It wasn't a commissioner-wide conversation. It was just something that I had posed to you about the law and whether or not you felt like it was written in its best presentation.
Sure. Certainly the state didn't ask my opinion, but had they asked my opinion, what I would have said was, the notion that the revenue would just stay static and not have any changes means that the expenses also would stay static and not have any changes, and we just certainly know that's not true. So an easy benchmark is the consumer price index, which everybody's familiar with. However, the basket of goods that a government buys is markedly different than the basket of goods that a family would buy. And so there's actually a municipal price index that's put together, I think, by NACO, the National Association of Counties, that attempts to benchmark then the basket of goods that a government would buy. And so I believe that would be a more representative inflationary indice for this type of scenario if the idea is we're keeping everything the same. If the notion is that last year's revenue should equal this year's expenses, then it should be adjusted for that inflationary index. The other real challenge that we have with the law the way it's written is that it doesn't actually allow for the adjustment of the mill levy when the assessed valuation changes. So if an organization chooses not to exceed the revenue neutral rate, then they're locked in at that mill levy, even if after the Board of Tax Appeals assessed valuation drops, which essentially means that they would have less revenue in the current year than they did in the prior year because they were working off a higher number when they established that revenue neutral rate. And so from my perspective, that's a flaw of the law
that it doesn't have that ability for the county clerk to adjust the mill levy to get it back to what the revenue neutral rate should be based on the new assessed valuation. If you exceed the revenue neutral rate, however, that isn't a problem because you're establishing here a maximum levy. And so if assessed valuation changes, you still have the ability to ratchet that in the way we did in the old days, if you will, pre-revenue neutral rate.
Haven't given up faith that we can get that taken care of. Maybe we just need you to testify. You know, you're so young, they may think you're an intern, so you look so young. So they may not take you seriously because they thought you were an intern.
Okay. Any other questions before we take it to public comment? Jeremy, thank you very much. Stay around if you would for questions. Okay, public comment on this item, please.
Good evening. Seamus Alberton, President of Lawrence Professional Firefighters. Back this week just to pass on some gratitude to push the issue of these positions further into conversation and the interest and support there's been. A bit of irony tonight. I actually arrived late to the meeting because 911 system was so busy I couldn't get off duty for my ambulance crew. We couldn't make it from the hospital back to the station without getting dispatched to another call. So part of my comments tonight were to encourage you to ask about possible overtime reductions related to these positions. So I'll skip that part. But what you should also consider is there's also going to be certain cost savings that are a bit more fickle and difficult to definitively predict. Just by example, adding these positions, annual OT hours per employee are going to be reduced. This results in less wear and tear on our people and more time home for our people to recover from the demands of the job. I think it's reasonable to expect that there will be lower occurrences of injury and illness because of this, and that sick leave use will be down, and we'll have a workforce that's more content and efficient. These factors will all pay dividends in the form of reduced personnel cost, on top of what we can predict because of the numbers, right? So you have an option in front of you to bring our staffing back to the proverbial homeostasis that it once was. Though I believe you will, we're here to encourage you to capitalize on that. It's not just an opportunity to increase FTDs and reduce overtime costs to the city, but it's an opportunity to increase the predictability of working conditions in a job that is already sufficiently difficult and unpredictable. It's an opportunity to reduce the number of birthdays and ball games we are required to miss as city employees. It's an opportunity to foster safety not only for our community, but for those who are charged with implementing it. It's an opportunity to correct our current path that we're on, a path of high cost and high turnover, in favor of a reasonable expectations of our employees and making them wanting to stay for the duration of their entire career. And this is an opportunity to be the leaders that I already know that each of you are. So I ask that you fund those positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment on this?
Good evening. My name is Eric Lynch. I sit on the executive board as the treasurer of Local 5096, and I'm a lieutenant paramedic at Station 1 here downtown. I just want to echo President Albritton's statements, as well as support the statements of my colleagues and friends behind me that have yet to be made. We're here to support and encourage 5 full-time employees to be added to the operations division of our department. As you guys are aware of, we have minimum staffing. That's a national standard that we kind of play off of the minimum amount of firefighters that we need on a daily basis in order to do our jobs effectively and efficiently. When that number can't be met, it's met by overtime. In the past 3 or 4 years, and frankly, better part of a decade, there's been an exhaustive amount of overtime.
Our firefighters have worked too much, they're tired, and they don't want to work the overtime anymore. And when that happens, mandatory overtime comes into play. When you mandatory overtime someone, that's 12 more hours after an already exhaustive shift. So a few months ago, after a long night on Medic 1, 4 or 5 calls after midnight, 6:30 rolls around, I'm ready to go home. The only thing that's keeping me upright is the thought of a bed and a dinner I got planned with some extended family members I've had on the calendar for a couple months. I was pretty excited about it. 6:30 rolls around, I get a call from my division chief, hey, you're drafted. I've had that call before. Pretty upset. You know, I got to go from Medic 1 to go on another medic truck across town on little to no sleep and be expected to make those same high-level decisions that I was making the day before with a tired mind. So luckily, a colleague of mine heard that I got drafted. He knew that I had a family get-together. He called me, said, hey, I'm going to come in for you at 5 p.m. So that way you can get out a little bit early, go have dinner with your family. And I was able to make that dinner. So Lawrence firefighters, you know, we're used to supporting each other. Normally it's on the fire ground or at medical scenes or around the station. But lately, past few years, we've had to support each other around mandatory overtime. Coming in early, staying late, all so that we can just get home and do our basic duties with our families, like taking our kids to baseball games, going to graduations, going to family dinners, things that we should expect to be able to do, and we're not able to do because of the amount of overtime and the chronic low staffing numbers that we've been dealing with for the better part of a decade. So what I'm here to do is just encourage you guys to please make the right decision, support the firefighters, and give the citizens of Lawrence and Douglas County the help that they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for another late evening here. My name is Jack Dolan. I'm Vice President with Local 1596, along with working with these guys and gals behind me. What I took tonight from Jeremy's position is that there is money that can be found for these positions. So now it's just a question of, do we want to fund it? We're not asking for these positions because we want them. We're asking for them because we need them. And I know we've stood up here before you, we've given you the raw data, we've shown you the graphs that go up exponentially. And we just heard Chief talk tonight that 9 out of 10 days we're mandatory or creating overtime for somebody. 8 out of 10 days, that's more than one spot. So tonight I just ask you to keep that stuff in mind. I appreciate you guys bringing it this far, especially in the last meeting. But just keep it in mind moving forward, and I thank you.
Hello, my name's TJ Everett. I've lived in town my whole life, and I've worked for the department for coming up on 7 years. Overtime and mandatory overtime has just been a regular thing in the time that I've worked here, but we hear stories about the olden times before these days, and there was just like rarely any drafting, but it's just something that we're accustomed to. So I would, love it if you would all support us in trying to just get it to where we don't need to have overtime, 80% of the time. So thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Sam Goodwin, and I'm an engineer paramedic with Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Commission for the work that you all and staff have done in the preparation of this year's budget and in the proposed addition of Fire Station number 6. This will have a great positive impact on our community. I would also like to advocate for additional 5 FTEs. Since I have started on this department, we have been very reliant on mandatory and non-mandatory overtime. Senior members of our department would say that overtime was once fought over. Mandatory overtime was a very rare occurrence. Since I started in 2020, I have been forced to work numerous times. Each time I was planning on going out and spending time with my family, but I was required to stay and work and provide a public service. I gladly do this. The members of our department gladly do this. We all signed up to give our best service to the community. Our union president, Seamus, last meeting said that our members are very generous with providing our time to serve the community. He hit the nail on the head.
please don't exploit this. Adding 5 additional FTEs would immediately benefit the community. It would immediately benefit the firefighters, and it would set us up to open Station 6 with experienced and prepared personnel. Thank you so much.
Other public comment on this?
Okay. Mayor Larson and Commission, City Manager Owens and staff. My name is Dean Garrison, currently serve as a captain with Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical, and am a member of Lawrence Professional Firefighters, IAFF Local 1596. I rise in support of funding additional full-time employees for fire medical. Your attention to this matter is noticed and appreciated. Throughout your tenure, each of you have demonstrated a thorough understanding of the community's needs regarding public safety. And though I'd personally like to see staffing reflect National Fire Protection Association, NFPA 1710, standard for the organization and deployment of fire suppression operations, emergency medical operations, special operations to the public by career fire departments, I understand fiscal responsibility and trust the leadership of our department director, Fire Chief Llewellyn, specifically the number of positions he identified as essential and has requested. Not that you need it, but an abundance of data can be referenced from the budgeting process itself, the strategic plan, and even accreditation to support this request. Regardless, with that being said, on behalf of the membership, I feel compelled to emphasize the truly negative impact inadequate staffing has on operations. Something much more difficult to quantify with data. Members work a 24-hour rotating shift for a total of 240 hours a month. When these members are mandated to work more, it isn't just inconvenient, it's unfair. It adversely affects childcare, their spouse or partner's work and or school schedule, their school schedule, and other commitments. Most importantly, however, mandatory overtime is dangerous to the member, their coworkers, and the community, whether that be from general distraction to physical fatigue. Again, I rise in support of funding additional full-time employees for fire medical. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and also thank you to your families for being without you tonight while you do this work.
Other public comment on this item from the room?
Good evening. My name's Simon Stevenson. I'm Secretary at IAFF Local 1596. And I'm going to share a little. I appreciate all you guys' efforts on this, and I know it's not easy, right? Neither is what we do. I'm going to share a little story with you guys tonight for a member who can't be here, and something that you can actually do to significantly help with these full-time employees. I'm sure I've got to meet some of you guys. I'm sure you're all family people, right? There's only so many firsts you get with your kid or that you get with your wife or anything like that. And it's okay. I got the approval to tell this story before but I'm still probably going to mess it up. But anyway, again, kind of echoes what everybody else is saying, 6:30 in the morning. It's his first Mother's Day. Like, he's getting ready to go home with his kid to be with his wife for her first Mother's Day, right? Have a nice big plan. 6:30 rolls around, and all of a sudden he gets the call. Hey, guess what? You're hanging out. You're here. You're here until 7 o'clock tonight. So now he's got to make that call to his wife, all right? So now only he gets to miss that time with his kid. He's now put undue strain on his wife in this day that's supposed to be nice and joyous and happy and together as a family. He's now spent tired, overworked, and grumpy, and his kid's asleep by the time he gets home. The more we can reduce this, like, instances, the better off, the happier your employees are going to be, the longer we're going to stick around, and the better we'll all be working for you guys. Thank you.
Other public comment from the room? If not, we will go to Zoom.
There's no comment on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay. Bring it back up to the commission for discussion. Any thoughts?
Appreciate the work. Clearly, this is the next step in the process. We have to move this forward and certainly continue to support the work we're working on to finalize the budget. But, you know, I think I'll certainly support this action.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I would as well. If the chief's still on the line, and I just wanted to clarify, you said earlier in your discussion on, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to play catch up, the email was sent late, that the cost would go down over the next 10 years? Is that what I heard? Yeah, I was just, excuse me, this is Rich Llewellyn, Fire Chief. I was discussing the cost of outfitting firefighters with PPE and uniforms. And there's typically a large upfront cost because we provide all that PPE and uniform in the first year. And then over the course of the next 10 years, the PPE is amortized essentially. And that's its lifespan is about 10 years, usually runs a little bit less. But so the benefit that we would see as far as overtime offset and remaining expenses would be increased in the second year because we wouldn't have the expense related to PPE purchase. So, yeah, okay, I gotcha. So I'm guessing there was definitely an outsized amount that we spent on overtime the last couple of years then. There has been, yes. Okay.
Any other discussion?
So Jeremy, in regards to this, you provided us with two options. Do we need to provide you with direction on that before we vote to exceed the revenue neutral rate?
In terms of the revenue neutral rate, I think there's just one option, so I want to make sure I didn't misstate something.
Also, I'd like to know what you and TJ drink because I swear you both look like you're 12.
Yeah, sorry. So for purposes of the staff report, we just wanted to, provide context, but the top section, the budget summary notice of public hearing is what has to be acted on tonight. And so we have prepared that in the action requested.
Okay. I just didn't know, as it related to the request made last week, if we needed to if you wanted direction on that, or if we needed to include that in the conversation with this. So
I don't believe so. I think we got that direction. Okay. The way that this notice was presented was with it. It's either going to come out of fund balance or it's going to come somewhere else in the appropriation of the general fund. Okay. So it won't have an impact on the mill levy, which is what we're establishing tonight.
To clarify.
Okay, thank you. I have a question. I'm still a little bit confused as to why there needs to be a change in the budget for the firefighters. If there's money there for overtime, and the chief has said for every hour that you have a new firefighter, that's one less hour of overtime. Overtime is much more expensive than regular time, so I don't understand why we can't move that money from the overtime fund and just use that for the extra firefighters. Why there wouldn't be a change in the
We'll certainly take a look at it, but when you have a full-time person, you have taxes, you have that with overtime, but you also have health insurance and you have the KP&F pension. And so that's all loaded cost to a full-time person, whereas with overtime, it's just a added cost to the to that person's wage.
Yeah, I can see there's some extra charge, but like taxes, you're going to have to pay taxes on that overtime.
Right.
And so I don't see where that's...
Taxes are sort of negated.
Yeah.
It's really the pension and the health insurance are the two big cost drivers.
Got that.
But yeah, as I mentioned before, we only had a day or two from the time we ended last week to get this ready for tonight. And so in that time, there really was just, here's what the total cost is for context purposes. Since that time, the fire department's had more time to start to evaluate what do we really think we're going to need to make in terms of line item adjustments, and that's what you heard the chief share with you tonight.
Okay.
So given that new information, it's something that you guys can go ahead and look at? Yes, I believe we committed last week to looking into it. We just wanted to provide some context around, what does that mean? Thank you, Jeremy.
Because what I'm seeing is the overall budget is from 2023 is $5.6 million higher in 2024. And so I would be very interested to see how we can offset. If we want to bring those firefighters on, and I understand the reasons all of them have set up here, I appreciate that, as to why we can't offset. I'd want to see how we can offset that within the current budget that they have. Okay. Thank you. Anything else? If not, I will ask for a motion on this specific item.
I move to authorize the city to notify Douglas County of the intent of the governing body to propose a tax rate of 33.207 mils, which exceeds the revenue neutral rate as defined by state law for the 2024 budget, and schedule both the public hearing to exceed the revenue neutral rate and the 2024 budget hearing on Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023 at 5:45 p.m. in the City Commission Room, first floor of City Hall, for the purposes of hearing and answering objections of taxpayers related to exceeding the revenue neutral rate and the amount of ad valorem tax and the proposed use of all funds.
Second.
Okay, got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Everybody voted? I don't know if I heard everybody. Okay, it's 5-0. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to commission items. Any commissioner have any items? I've got a couple. And
But I'll yield.
Before that gentleman leaves,
before
Mayor,
you leave.
we never did answer you, and I wonder if we could get staff to get you some of those answers.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up.
Yeah, they're not hard to give, so I think staff can get in touch with you if someone could get his information.
Yeah, that's.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you. That was one of my items. Yeah, that's okay.
You're very good. So what did you say again?
Do we have?
Could you just find a way
Yeah.
to contact you and
Yeah,
give you the
okay.
information that you're asking for, if you can give it to either of these two?
Thank you.
And then the other item I had was I'd like to request to have staff bring back an ordinance to change the rules to the consent agenda. That's the other item. Okay?
I'd be okay with that.
Okay, great. That's all I had. Anybody else?
I have a couple. One, under August 1st, I know that there was mention of the ordinance pertaining to the single-use disposable plastic bags. I know that was discussed to bring back in front of the commission. And I didn't know, were we doing it as a vote to reconsider, or curious to know how we were following that protocol? Because typically if something fails, then in order for it to come back in front of the commission, it would need to be voted to reconsider. And that would be someone that voted in the prevailing would need to bring it back. So I just didn't know, it being on the August 1st future agenda items, that I know I wasn't here last week, so I don't remember seeing Commissioner Finkeldine vote to I didn't remember seeing the commission period vote to reconsider. So I was just curious to know how we brought that back up onto the agenda or proposed agenda.
Tony?
Yes, it was brought up during commission items, and I believe Commissioner Larson broached the subject of bringing it back as a new item. and the commission discussed it and talked about bringing it back for a review with no particular changes to the ordinance or to the format. And so it's being considered, coming back in that way. Now, it's true we have in the past followed a custom or practice of the city of having formal motions to reconsider at the next meeting. That is not something that is expressly required by the resolution that is currently in place. It is a practice that has been followed, however, by the governing body in the past. So, I think based upon the discussion that occurred in the commission items, staff felt that there was consensus to have that item revisited and placed on a future agenda. I think there is an opportunity, if the commission wants to take a formal vote to do that, that could be something that could happen, in commission items at a future meeting. So that's sort of a broad overview.
So the discussion was, because I watched it, was to bring it back in its presented form with no changes. And you're telling me we're doing that because we can, although previous practice has been to bring it back for reconsideration at the next meeting, but we're changing that practice because staff felt like at the last meeting they had enough authority to do it based on the same criteria as before?
Well, yes. There is flexibility under the resolution, and that appeared to be the consensus of the commission. And we, as I stated, we don't have in our procedures any prohibition against taking that type of action, nor is there any requirement that it strictly follow the practice that we've used for reconsideration at votes at the next meeting.
But I also wanted, but it's to be noted that a practice that we've used in the past is now changed, or it's conditional. So what is to stop us from changing it the next time something comes up and a motion fails and we'll talk offline about this. I have a couple of things for commission items. One is I wanted to propose to the commission having either a work session or information session on rights to counsel as we start to see strategies take place and take shape as it relates to our comprehensive housing strategies. One aspect of that we should consider is a right to counsel. There's been work being done with this on the county level that will impact will impact the work that we do. And I think it would be beneficial for the commission to be educated and enlightened on right to counsel and work that we do that we could potentially do to benefit that. So that was my first item for consideration.
We've had some discussion about that before through the AHAB. I mean, they brought a little bit, so I'm happy to hear more about it. I think it's, certainly as relates to evictions, I think it certainly applies a lot more to the county, but certainly I'm willing to hear more about it, and I know it's been recommended through AHAB, so certainly willing to hear more about it.
Sure.
And that could come in a form of, I know I don't see on the future agenda items when Safe and Welcoming Neighborhoods is presenting again, so maybe that could be rolled into a presentation with them. My other piece was there's been discussion and there's been a small group that's met in regards to affordable housing and childcare, and a proposed project for that in East Heights. And so I know there's been a couple of meetings with that group, and so didn't know if that could be considered as part of a Safe and Welcoming Neighborhoods outcome meeting piece. I don't want to piece it out from something, but I think it would be nice to get an update on that, or at least include it in the outcomes presentation. in addition to that, some of the work as we have presentations on homelessness, we at some point did have a homeless task force. Based on the previous ordinance language, wasn't the best as far as the makeup, but I know we've been hearing from the community, and we've been hearing from individuals who are at the supportive site to have more of a voice in this work. And I don't want to get ahead of our new coordinator, but I would like for at least to have some discussion on that, what that would look like, especially around lived experience and compensating individuals with lived experience for providing to being in these spaces and being in policy-making and decision-making spaces. So those are two pieces that relate to housing and homelessness that could be part of, like I said, a safe and welcoming neighborhood presentation, if possible. And then last piece, I know several months ago we did letters congratulating individuals who graduated from the JUMP cohort, which was the first cohort that went through for entrepreneurship, individuals in our community learning the basics of entrepreneurship. And that is a partnership that we have with the county through the chamber, the EDC. And so there has been a second cohort that's graduated. And since we did provide letters to the first cohort, I would like for us to provide letters to the second cohort, since they are taking steps to be a part of the economic development landscape and ecosystem in our community. And that's all for me.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, we'll move on to the city manager's report.
I don't have anything to add other than the 2 items that are in there.
Okay, anybody have any questions on either one of those? Okay, then we'll go to calendar.
I think you need.
I'm sorry, public comment. I apologize about that. This is, it's 10:30 almost. Public comment, any public comment from anybody in the room? If not, we'll go to Zoom.
Nothing on Zoom.
All right, and then we'll move on to the calendar. Anything to add, take away?
I think I'm covering the ribbon cutting on July 20th.
20th, thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, then I think that's it.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
First and second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
All right.